Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We once again welcome you back into the Mythic Showdown Season 2, presented to you by War Drum Games, of course. And like you already know, we are just, surfing through this Swiss stage. It's going really fast, I would say. And before we could even blink, we are at the 2-1 bracket. I mean, from here, three teams will be qualifying to the round robin. Three teams will go down to the 2-2 bracket. But I think for today, it's a less breather. I mean, a little bit of breather for the teams, right, Fredo? Because they will not directly get eliminated, but three of them will be almost close to getting eliminated. So, what do we expect for today's game? Like, are we expecting some, quick games or full three series?
Man, it could go to the full three series, I would say, because nobody wants to get to the point where you might be getting eliminated. Nobody wants to, touch that mark, right? Because of course, that mark, if you reach it, then you cannot afford to make any more mistakes. So definitely tonight, these teams are going to try their best to, secure that second win for themselves, so that they have to play just one more BO3 before they qualify. Because if not, then they have to take a longer route once again. And of course, there will be the next match. The one who loses this will definitely be playing an elimination match where they will be getting knocked out instantly. It doesn't matter. So yeah, definitely tonight they will give their best, and hopefully we'll get a exciting series. Even if it's a clean sweep, hopefully we'll see a neck-to-neck match. Not a one-sided domination.
You know what, Fredo? I know like today's games might be a bit long, but I don't like the long face on you, man. I love your background. It looks so good. I would like to have some excitement with you as well. Like, I don't like to be the only one smiling here, so you gotta smile with me, okay? Don't forget the quote of the day: smile more, right? So hey, I know it's a long, lot of things for us to even take in, but hey, we are here, we are excited, we're gonna take this match forward. But at the same time, these two teams, Noctura versus Elusivity. I think this matchup really is a very close one, because both the teams, if we talk about the lineups, they are very strong. But when it comes down to the synergy, it matters a lot more, because yes, both the sides have star studs. Like they are like players that are individually so good on the micro, as well as I would say in playmaking. But when it comes down to the synergy, I think it will matter a lot, especially the draft. Now that we have evolved into a double fighter meta, compared to the previous one, which was the gold lane meta with the hyper carry onto the marksman. So are you expecting more of the gold lane double fighter, or maybe like we are reverting back to the old meta? Like, what are your thoughts for this one?
Man, I'm not really sure where to start about this, because honestly, like you said already, there are very, very good players on both sides. Synergy is definitely going to be a big factor tonight, because both these sides, I mean, if you compare them individually, then they're, of course, the best in their own respective lanes, in their roles. But when you talk about synergy, the fact that EVT have been playing with this same lineup from a long time, instead
Yeah.
of if you think about Noctura, where Kyle was actually absent for quite some time, and that's why
True.
Kyle is just making his return back. And hopefully this return is a good one for him. Many people actually struggle when they just come back to the pro scene, right? When you are trying to I would say adapt again. And we already know that Kyle is very good. He's of course one of the best goal laners, but right now it's not the meta that he
True.
actually played when he left the game. So it has changed now, it has evolved. So hopefully, if he can also adapt to this meta and shine once again, then he definitely is going to be someone to look out for in the future, because this guy is just 16 years old, man.
Yeah. I think Kyle is one of those gold laners, one of the most talked about gold laners in the Indian community, right? I think he has shown from time to time what he's capable of. And like already you mentioned, with the meta shifting towards more likely to the fighter or the double fighter meta now, I think he needs to adapt. And with the break that he has taken due to some personal reasons, maybe exams, maybe whatever it be, I think it can really, take some times to adjust. But then again, we are just not talking about some regular players. We're talking about the pro players. They have to be in the top condition for the team to actually let them play as well. So I think they have talked about it. They have figured that okay, this works, because I think for some time they had a different goal later. I forgot whether it was Sabo or whether it was somebody else, Duba.
I think it was Duba who was their goal
Duba,
leader.
yeah. So Duba was playing, right? But again, I think even with changing the goal laner, I think the side of team Noctura is still very good. The mid control that they have with Faden, as well as the Kimi combination, And even for the EXP laner, they have just worked it around a little bit with Haruka joining in place of it was previously Vin, so now Haruka is playing. So they're just testing new things. I think it works for them as well. But again, we are really having a speed run in the drafting stage. Of course, we can see already 6 heroes being banned. Anything that really stands out for you for this bans?
I would say the thing that stands out is the fact that there is not really a mid lane ban coming in, or even a roam. I would say, yeah, only the mid lane, because I feel like the Eve is actually a very useful hero in this meta. Even the Zushin is also a hero that can dominate in a lot of ways, especially when you are trying to go with heavy frontlining like the Kator or the Pakshi or whatever. These mages are usually the ones that struggle. I mean, that make you struggle when you're picking up these heroes. So I would definitely have love to see some mid lane bans coming in, but we're not seeing any mid lane bans. So yeah, look at that, Zushin already getting picked up. Even CC, which is of course the first pick always for the blue side. They always go for the CC first pick. It always gives you that flexibility. And right now they
True,
already
true.
have the Zushin as well. So yeah, if EVT did not pick up the Yeve right away, then yeah, of course
Wow,
they do that.
wow.
They knew it was going to get banned if they go to the second phase. So that's a wise decision right there.
Yeah, a pretty good choice as well. I think going for in this game, I think the Eve might be one of those choices that is also safe. Like the range with the damage, she's really safe. But hey, Fredo just disappeared for a while just to get some time to think more of the ban. So he'll be back. Don't worry, ladies and gentlemen. But again, we are looking at the 3 picks from both the sides. For the side of Team Noctura, they are going for the double fighter for sure, because either of the CC or the Lapu Lapu has to go to the goal lane. And it could be pretty much the same for the side of Team EVT as well. That is Elusivity. They're going for the Ethan Shin, one of the most I think funnel bound hero that you can use in this meta, because he can really scale so good into the late game. And coupled with 2 fighters, he can get really good spacing, as well as the position, the space to deal the damage. So in a way, I think it can work. But again, we are going into the second banning phase. The Leia already off the chart. Neither of the team has a roamer so far, so I think the options might just get lesser and lesser at this point.
Definitely, the options are getting narrowed down here. There are a lot of roam bans and jungle bans in this match. We're seeing so many heroes getting taken off here. So I'm not really sure about which heroes are still left to be, to get picked here. Esmeralda is also a ban. Oh my goodness, this is actually a drought in that roam and EXP, I would say. If this Yuzong is not going for the goal lane, then right now EVT already have the EXP laner. But I feel like this Yuzong could be a goal lane as well, because if you take a look at the other side, they have a CC and a Lapu, and doesn't matter which one of them is going to the goal lane. If the Yuzong is the one going to the goal lane, he can actually hold his own ground. But
True.
if he is sent to the EXP, then I feel like the CC could be able to dominate the gold department. Doesn't matter what the next pick might be. So yeah, for that reason, I just want to see this Yuzong into the gold lane. But yeah, I won't be surprised if they come up with a Paquito right now, because Paquito is of course one of those options, underrated ones, that can also fight against the CC very well. But okay, we're seeing a Grok here come.
I expect even a Hilda could be used for the EXP lane. Maybe if the Yuzong that you mentioned could be forced to the goal lane. Apart from that, the Uranus could be one of the safer choices to actually go for, but still not the best laning matchup that you would like to take going into this game. The Grok is very good for the front line. I think Madara is very comfortable on this hero as well. After the Garud Kasha, these are his top 2 picks, at least going for the roaming position. But NOC, that is Noctura, they still need to lock.
Maybe Senior, it's once again the bad timing for you, I guess. But yeah, Kimi here and Sarah Moon have picked up their heroes as well. We're seeing the Suyo make a comeback into the meta right now. The Hayabusa getting banned out here definitely means there are limited options remaining. Joy is the option that most of the people have went for, but it's not really been working out so far very well for the people who have picked up Joy in this match. So, I mean, in this tournament so far, so the Suyo seems to be a better option overall. Noctura have picked it up. Kimi will try his best to counter the rotations or the invasions that could be coming in, of course, with this Khalid. But let's see if that will happen. Or like you were mentioning, Doshin, you were seeing the Uranus come up here for the side of EVT, and this Uranus is probably going to be. I think it should be against the CC, because the CC is the one that can actually, help him actually get that sustain, because the Yo-Yo Bliss, he just keeps hitting, and you get that stack on your passive. Hopefully it will be back. But with that, we are seeing into the draft section right now. The draft is already complete, and we are heading into the land of Dawn. As you can see on the loading screen, the spells are already on display here. Yuzong going with the classic Petrify. Meanwhile, on the other side, the CC is actually on a Vengeance. So this could actually be a EXP lane CC, and it is actually an EXP lane CC, as you can see already. Because otherwise, I feel like the CC is actually someone who can also do better on a flicker, or maybe even I would say the sprint, because both these spells also work pretty good on a CC. But the fact that it has the Vengeance just proves why it is in the hands of the EXP laner. You want to take more damage, and you want to reflect back the damage as well. The damage reduction does help you get more tanky into the EXP lane. So Kyle here is going to play the Lapu Lapu, and I have never seen him play a fighter in the goal lane. This is the first time that Mr. Kyle, the young boy from Nagaland, he's here to prove himself if he can withstand this fighter gold meta, or is he going to get crumbled tonight, because the side of EVT are not going to let them have this game easily.
Absolutely. And with this, we will be heading into the land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mythic Showdown Season 2, the Swiss stage, 2-1 bracket, first game of the first match. This is between Team EVT versus Noctura, already happening in the land of Dawn. And onto the caster deck, I'm going to be the voice of the game alongside Fredo. I'm Shinryu. So we'll see how this game will be going on. But again, Fredo, every game I say the same thing: the mid duo, the mid duo, the mid duo, right? Because it is the most important factor of the game. Because the more rotation that they get to the side lane, the more information that they can provide, the safer the side lane would be, the safer they can farm around the map. But looking at the emblem, do you see anything crazy that they're going for?
Nothing so far, but one thing which is crazy right now is the fact that 4 members have just arrived from the side of Noctura to go for that Bulbasaur, I would say, in the mid lane. But that is actually kind of, I would say, aggression on the side of Noctura. They're going for these small objectives as well, like it's a very, very big. Oh my god, for now though, Fade into the mid lane is forced to use the flicker. The wall, oh my god, Shenzu goes in with the flicker and he gets the kill. Goodness, into the mid lane. Shenzu already asserting dominance here on Faden.
Absolutely. That's an early one for the side of Team Noctura to get taken down, but EVT, they might have a very good start going into this game, and if they can provide this kind of pressure into the jungle, I think they can do a lot in the jungle, into the lanes. I think they can do a lot more, especially for, Godspeed. He can farm very easily and scale a lot better, but with the turtle already going to be spawning onto the bot side, both the teams are looking for some setup, looking for some positioning, but you can see already the aggressive nature of the side of Team Noctura is being inevitable into the map, but the side of Team EVT, they're not also backing down. They are trying to just get the level 4, get the vision, and also get a good control around the area. The turtle dance will begin. They're already going in here, Fredo.
EVT do not really have the level 4 yet. Look at Corey QT. He's trying his best to zone away the members. And Armur can have an easy retribution here. And yes, he will get that. But there comes the RWM. Kimi and Faden seem to be stuck inside it. Faden might be the one falling next. He will go down twice in the first 2 minutes. And that is bad news. Into the goal though. Oh, sorry, into the jungle area. Godspeed. Oh my god. Kimi takes a solo kill onto the jungler of EVT. Godspeed will not be happy with that. Kyle arrives as well. He goes in with the bravest fighter. Takes on. And with that, Kimi will fall though. But now Crisis could be the one in trouble next. He's a Uranus. It should not be a big problem. But that was an aggression shown here by Noctura. EVT are getting disrespected in their own jungle.
Yeah, and that is the pressure already being built up in this game. You can see Noctura, they're not shying away despite getting that first blood to the other side. But again, in terms of level ranking, the side of Team Noctura, they're doing really good. And again, we'll take a look at this. The RWM, the positioning was so good from Shenzhou. They could not really mark him down. And again, Faden got locked in because of his low range. But look at the backline. Kim is so aggressive. He knew that 29 God Speed was so low HP. Went in
Yep.
and punished. And that's a very, very, good trade, I would say. Roamer for jungler, I would take that any time of the day. But still, by far, again, another fight might be breaking out. It seems though the map is not really very silent in this game. Both the teams are so skirmish bound and so brawly, going for every time this fights kind of can negate the gold to one or the other side. But again, look at the top lane on Shocker.
Oh, Ceramon, bad positioning. A lot of fights in this match has been happening into the jungle area where all these guys, all these heroes that you can see right now on the map are very, very dominant. Especially this Grok and as well as the Khalid. These guys just roam around the jungle area, and of course the mobility and the tankiness that they get does help them a lot. But right now, Crisis, he's going for a 2v1. He does not really seem to care, but if he keeps taking damage like this, the bravest fighter could definitely chunk him down low. But for now, EBT going for the turtle first. They arrive first to the turtle. Ceramon, he was just taken down before, has to be more careful this time around. And look at Kimi, he's going in very, very aggressively.
Uh-oh.
There seems to be no follow-up though. And will they finally take him down? Seems like Kimi is actually in the middle of everyone. He's trying to get back all that HP, but he will not be able to do that. Faden will be the one getting taken down instead by Corey QT.
Kyle?
With that, Kyle going with the bravest fighter, and he wants to take down Madara,
Oh.
the roamer, but roamer escapes here. And the turtle being taken down here by Godspeed. Haruka and Kyle, the only one standing here between four members. Haruka could fall as well. Corey QT trying to chase down Kyle. Kyle very, very low. He does not really have the bravest fighter. He does not have the flicker as well. Godspeed goes in. He goes for the double. Godspeed takes down Kyle.
So prolonged team fight just for a turtle, and still they're not stopping. You can see already Faden trying to pull up Crisis under the turret, but it's just Uranus. He can get back up, but again, level ranking this time kind of changing. But 29 Godspeed able to maintain his farm. That's a very good news for the setup team EVT. They might have lost the first turtle, but the second turtle they completely asserted their dominance and also able to take down the tier 1 out of the bot lane. This will really open up the map, can also make the laning a lot more easier for this dragon, so he can rotate more around the map. So this is a very good news. But again, top lane.
My goodness. The damage that was done on Madara is something to be questioned, but that is still not enough to take down a healthy Grok. Meanwhile, Kimi though could be getting stuck here once again. Crisis, of course, just trying to annoy every single member standing in front of him from the side of Noctura, because he's always a walking fountain. He does not really care about the amount of damage that's being done onto him. But honestly speaking, the fights have been taking place a lot in the jungle area, and that means that this team is definitely looking for more whenever they are in that jungle area, especially Kimi here, who has been more aggressive than the side of EVT actually, because none of them actually, it's just like EVT are the ones responding to those aggression, and every single time Noctua is getting answered back in a very good way. So the next time Noctua tries to look for engage, I think they have to be more careful.
True. Because, the side of Team Noctura, they're actually losing focus on the main objective, that is lowering the farm of Godspeed. He's freely farming, he's moving around, like nobody's marking him down. Kimi's main objective should be stopping him, should be locating where is he on the map, but the way EVT is pressurizing them, they are always focused onto the front line. They cannot even mark Shenzhou at certain cases, so I think the backline is pretty much safe so far if we talk about it. But again, the third objective is onto the map. Team Noctura, they're not even in the vicinity, and I think this might be a pretty free objective going into the side of Team EVT, and they're able to get a good goal lead, and now they're going to be looking for an invade.
Oh, they're going for the blue buff or Ceramon, and Ceramon will be denied of that. Crisis is very, very low right now. He's forced to use the flicker. Meanwhile, into the backline, Corey QT creating havoc. Kyle goes in for Shenzhou and he takes him down. It's a 3v1, but he will be getting taken down as well by Corey QT. And there it goes. Mr. Ceramon will fall to Godspeed. God arrives with his throne and he takes it away from Ceramon.
Yeah, this game is looking really good for the side of Team EVT. They're walking away with each and everything that they're looking for, that they're putting their sight on. And even the tier 1 of the top lane, I think it might be freely taken. If we talk about the items, you can already see 2 items locked in for 29 God. Not 29, but just a Godspeed this time around. So he's almost in the lead, able to maintain the farm. Not only him, the entire lineup have been able to just keep in lead of the farm. And because of this, that might be a problem. But Godspeed might have just gotten himself one more engage. But at this point, with the tier 1s already falling, you can see, right, Fredo, they are just making the jungle of the side of Team Noctura like their own. It's like their own neighborhood, and they're walking around freely, not even having a single second thought.
Exactly. They are just disrespecting Noctura at this point. Noctura as well. Faden just gets his first item. The only one that could have caused problems here early on, but he gets it very, very late. Of course, the farm is definitely something that they're lacking at the moment. Meanwhile, Kimi is still being aggressive as usual, but this time around, the aggression being a little bit more controlled because he understands the point where this game stands right now is very, very delicate. A single mistake and everything could fall apart for the side of Noctura, and that's why he's being more careful. His steps being more calculated from now on, and the score as well, 3-10. Goal lead is definitely favoring the side of EVT as well. Crisis, he's definitely a very, very healthy boy, but even then,
But look at
the
Godspeed.
positioning. Oh, okay. Will there be a 2v1?
Not yet, not yet. I think they're still looking for some fight. They're trying to
Oh
pressure.
my
Oh,
god! The knockup and the RWM coming in from the side of EVT just catches the side of Noctura off guard. One will fall, but Madara sacrifices himself. Kyle gets a revenge kill onto Shenzu, but that is an even trade, I would say, because the side of Noctura have taken down 2-1.
yeah, like I think like they kind of overestimated their engage, kind of gave the lead back a little bit to the side of Noctura, and now they want to just bait the Lord out, but they do not have their mid laner, they do not have their roamer, so without them they cannot really do too much. They need to play a bit passive, but the Mountain Chopper already being used up, revealing the position. So again, you can see Kimi trying to just
Oh,
go for a bit zoning, but mid lane.
my goodness, that was good damage being done by Corey QT. Kyle is definitely not the tankiest boy out there in this match. He's definitely going to have to stay a little bit more, I would say, composed and arrive at the right time because the side of EVT have a lot of damage that can take him down instantly. Meanwhile, Madara not really having any trouble, even though it's Haruka who is the one harassing him. The true damage does not really catch to a grog because the thing is, his damage reduction just helps him even, not get bothered by anything that's thrown at him. Meanwhile, oh my god, the way they are
Oh,
diving in for this mid lane, like five people going all
Corey.
in. Payton is just forced to back off, and oh my
Oh,
god, into the
wait,
back
Kyle.
line. Kimi all alone, Kyle as well. Serarmoon was
Oh,
trying to arrive, but oh my god, he does not enter the fight yet. Kimi will get taken down. Godspeed on an unstoppable. He wants to go in for more. Serarmoon
right.
taking a lot of hits, and there it is. Crisis with the unstoppable as well. Serarmoon goes down, could be, but no. With that, EVT have taken down three members and the tower, and they're looking for more. There is no stop to this invade.
Yeah, like they are so aggressive, and once they have established their lead, they are so into the faces of Team Noctura, and with this Lord that is marching towards the bot lane, the holy defense is still standing. But
Oh,
again, Kyle.
Kyle trying to look for an impossible play here, and it is of course impossible because Godspeed will get godlike, and now Crisis going in. He will be the one getting caught this time around, it seems. Oh my goodness, the flicker just saves
Oh,
him out of that. And with that, Crisis surviving once again from the Crisis. But now the wall being placed here, and Faded almost forcing out the Crimson Beacon as well. She still holds on to the flicker though. And with that, the golden shields will be able to save a lot of turrets, but the bottom one will still fall. Godspeed. He has set his sights onto those turrets.
Yeah, like they have set sight on a lot of things, and they're still not shying away. Black Dragon once again in, Cody Cutie.
Oh, they're looking for another engage into the backside. They still have the Petrify, but Petrify being used up here. Oh my god, a lot of damage being done here. Mid lane will fall as well. They're looking for the end. EVT desperately trying everything that they can to try and end the game as soon as possible because they understand the comeback is definitely a thing here that Noctura always tries to go for. But with that, they do not really have enough minions into the mid lane. The bottom lane, just one cannon minion is all they have. Haruka could be falling here, but Kyle will be the one going in for the engage. They go in for a perfect shutdown onto Godspeed, and with that, Kimi could be falling here though. But one member sacrifice to try and defend the base is definitely something that Noctura have tried to pull off here. But another minion wave marching in from the bottom and the top side. Can they defend this as well? They do not really have someone that they can push. So EVT, it's better for them to just back off now, I guess. But oh, look
Yeah,
at
this
Kyle. He's still going in
Oh,
aggressively. What is Kyle thinking there? He's going in for a 4v1. That is a suicide mission that Kyle is on right now.
no.
But Kyle still survives. He's still trying his best to go away from the damage that's being done by Crisis. But Crisis will still get him. And with that, double kill comes up for Mr. Crisis. This Uranus is not looking to go down at all. But oh my god, the damage here being done by Haruka is just way too much and getting on to them. But Faden does run out of mana just way too much quickly. And that's why the side of EVT will still survive.
Yeah, they still survive. They are here to still look for another day, but I don't know for how long is the question because the Lord will be spawning soon. But a lot of those engages from Kyle is kind of questionable because this team does not have the lead. They're trailing behind by 9,000 gold, and there's a lot of economy behind. They should not be taking this forced fight when the team cannot respond to the damage that the other team is dealing, and because of that, they will always have the lead. And this might be a problem here, because without any inhibitors, it's looking very slim chances for the side of team NOC to actually try and hold on to this game because just one more push and it can be a lot more. But hey, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget that we have a 5,000 dice giveaway at the 350 like mark. So be there to go do like the stream, do share it to your friends so we can reach that milestone. But again, before that, we need to see how will the side of team NOC respond to this push from the side of team EBT.
Yep. This time around, the minion waves have not been synced perfectly, but the way Crisis just seems to be harassing the backline is getting way too annoying here for NOC to deal with. But with that, they go in with the Mountain Shocker. A lot of damage being done as well. Petrified combo being used here. Faden will get taken down by the killing spree of Corey QT. The passive of the Shard Residue just getting onto him. Corey QT very, very low here. Haruka could fall as well. Shut down, secured there by Sarah Moon. This could be an impossible defense that they are trying to pull here, but Godspeed does not allow them to do that. Godspeed goes in for the double. He has the immortality as well, and the base will lock down before they can do anything, and Noctura will lose the first game to EBT.
Oh my god, that was so forced from the side of team EVT. I mean, Fredo, I think you spoke more than me for this game. You didn't have much rest, but it was worth it. Every fight that they take, they're winning it out. They had the damage, and even we talked about in the early game, they should not have let Godspeed free farming in the game. The main objective should have been stopping that farm, but they were nowhere close to doing so. I don't know, even sometimes some of the engages were kind of questionable, but what was NOC thinking?
Definitely. I'm not really sure about why they were playing so aggressively, even if they knew that the enemy was able to respond much better to those engages. It's, of course, EVT on the other side. It's not someone that you do not know about, right? So, yeah, it's definitely going to be some trouble here for the side of Noctura that they have to face when they are facing, of course, their opponents right now who are EVT. And with that, you can see the KDA and the scoreboard on the screen. The items were definitely not something to be worth talking about because the items are very, very usual. But I'm not really sure about why, the side of Noctura were so aggressive repeatedly again and again. Even we saw Kyle, maybe he's just getting frustrated that he's not getting the damage that he could if he was playing a Harriet or a Granger or something like that.
Yeah, maybe he was being a bit too impatient, but I think the side of Team EVT, they played a phenomenal game for Crisis. He was the MVP, 8-0 and 8 on that Uranus onto the goal lane. Man played a double game, like you already mentioned. He was soaking so much of the damage. He was, frontlining so much for his team that the rest of them could actually just, put an end to the heroes that were either overextended or were very badly positioned. And it happened quite a while because Madara with the engages, the RWM from Shenzhou was so on point. Like this duo, the mid duo was so perfectly synced that they got so much advantage of that game. And when we even talk about the items, it kind of very far apart because of the goal lead the side of Team EVT had. We are looking at a 14 minutes and 21 minute game. That is 21 second game. That is 8 to 23. So you can see the disparities between both these teams. Like the kill pressure is way too much. And even if we talk about a head to head, the goal lane this time, the fighter versus fighter, but the Uranus coming or emerging as the better one. Despite, I would say, the damage was more from Kyle, but the sustain was much better from Crisis. Even for the jungle, I think Sarar Moon, he could have just gone for something better. Apart from the Suiyu, it didn't perfectly fit into that game because they needed somebody to actually punish Godspeed, but they could not reach him on time. He was already so fed. And even for the mid lane, I think the Zushin was trying really good, but it's a utility at the end of the day. It does not deal as much damage as the Eve can, and that kind of really slows down the game style as well. And I think for the early game, the aggression was good, but it was not onto the right person from Kimi. But what are your thoughts for this this matchup that we looked at?
Well, I would say Noctura were the ones who were playing the aggressive game. They were going for the aggro from early on. We already saw what Kimi was doing. He was definitely trying his best to harass Godspeed, but things did not seem to be working out their way at all. Like you mentioned in the beginning, synergy is definitely something that could be an issue here. And that seemed to be the case because a lot of time in those engages, Noctura did not really seem to be on the same page. The members were all scattered around. They
True,
definitely
true.
had a lot of plans that they were thinking about executing, I guess, but when it was time to execute them, they did not really come to fruition. The idea was there, but the ideas did not really make it to fruition, I guess. But yeah, that is of course something that they have to do better when they come for the next game. But for now, EVT are of course sailing through in the first one, and this second one could be another one that they could sail through if the side of Noctura do not really, I would say, rectify their mistakes that they made in the first one. I know,
I
man.
tot-
Kimi and Kyle have been a very deadly duo from a long time, but man, the deadly duo has, I feel like it is in a very tough spot right now. They are definitely finding it hard to prove
mm.
themselves.
I think even yesterday we talked about this entire tournament, that is the Mythic Showdown. This is like one of the highest platform currently that is providing all these teams, not only the small teams but even the bigger ones, right? And most of the teams, they have participated in so many tournaments throughout this year. They have really built that synergy. No matter even if the one or two players are changing, the synergy is still there with the other players as well. But in terms, I'm talking about the mechanics, individual mechanics, it has really risen to a lot higher than it was previously. At least, if you talk about 6 months back, I think the players have evolved. They have understood a lot of, understanding of the game has been evolved as well. So these things kind of matter because yes, they were dominating, but if you cannot, get past that limit that you have built for yourself in the previous time, and again, when you are, playing with, the players who are actually still active, I think you need to even level up yourself. So I'm not talking, they are getting gapped here, but the thing is, you can see the pressure is there on them as well, right? They need to perform. If they're not performing, if they're if they're having a bit laid back attitude, it's gonna be factoring them to the point they will not be able to maintain the lead. Because yes, you have the aggression, but if your aggression is not giving you the lead, then what's that aggression good for? That's gonna matter. So again, going for the second game, this time NOC will have the second pick. So I think EVT, they can pick up a good hero, but they still have to trade for 2 heroes. So the draft is going to really matter for the side of Team NOC this time around, because I think they can really draft better compared to the last game, honestly.
And honestly, these both teams have done a very good job in the first draft as well, I would say, because manning out those heroes that are usually in the meta right now is all those fighters, right? The Esmeraldas, the healers, basically, the one who can dish out damage and take a lot of damage at the same time. Doesn't matter if the crowd control is present or not. The crowd control is like a bonus, I would say. So yeah, the healers are definitely the one who can heal a lot. The ones who can sustain a lot actually are the ones making it to the meta. And in the last game, we already saw the Esmeralda getting banned. Of course, the few ones that were left open were the ones who got picked, like the Yuzong and of course the Uranus on the other side. And on the other side, so the CC and the Lapu. So it was a sustain versus a damage combo, and we already saw what happened in the laning phase. It was definitely the side of EVT was having a better time just because they could sustain out much more longer. And
True.
in this meta where team fights have been getting so much longer, I feel like it's better to just go for those heroes that just do not die, man.
True. I think that is part of the reason, because
Wait,
compared to now,
Alice, did was Alice banned last game?
yeah, it was banned. It was the last ban from the side of Team
Oh
NOC
yeah.
actually. They banned it.
Yeah.
So I think you have correctly pointed out that it's more of the battle of the sustain, who can sustain these team fights a lot longer. And we'll take the previous look. I mean, look at the previous draft as well, so to see what heroes they are still prioritizing this time around again. But despite the YSS being open last game, I think the Hayabusa was banned by either of the teams. So this time it's left open, and 29 Godspeed will instantly lock it down. But also the Garud Kacha, which was left open, will be picked by the side of Team NOC. So they are trading off heroes for sure. But at the same time, I don't think so. The YSS might be a very good option for NOC to go for, unless the Ramon is really feeling very confident on that hero.
Yeah, I'm not really sure either. But okay, let's see what they do now. The fact that EVT have gone for this first pick Hayabusa is actually very interesting. It changes up a lot of things here because
Yeah.
you do not really go for a Hayabusa these days. You do not really go for Hayabusa. It works out in, I would say, very specific compositions where the enemy are not really having. When the enemy are having actually some squishy backliners, that's when the Hayabusa really works out. But the fact that they have revealed that they're going to pick up this Hayabusa early on means that NOC can just draft around that and just go for heroes that will not get taken down by this Hayabusa now. So
Yeah.
let's see how Godspeed can actually make a use of this Hayabusa that they have picked up. Shenzo this time around though, once again, he's going to pick up that Yves, which worked out pretty well for them. And okay, Corey QT this time around is picking up this Lapu Lapu. I'm not really sure how to, how to talk about that, but we already saw the Lapu Lapu. It was definitely struggling, and NOC right now could pick up the hero that they did last game, and of course show them who's just better in the laning phase.
I think, the Lapu Lapu is still a good flex to have. If not for the damage, I think it can. If not for the sustain, you can go at least for the damage a little bit. So it can, at least give the team some kind of feel for sure. But the Hayabusa, yes, it is a bit too early to pick. I think the side of Team NOC, they can just go for a very high sustain lineup. They can just go for something that won't die, like you mentioned. Really could be a troublesome game for him to be general, because he needs some squishy targets to mark easily down, and if he doesn't get that heroes, I think it's very difficult for him. But at the same time, I think the way Godspeed play the games are very important, because he's not really sighted in the map. He's like just free farming, pushing those objectives, and even if with the Hayabusa he can actually go for the macro gameplay much more than the kill pressure, I think it can still work. But given only that he's actually leading in terms of the farm, isn't it? If it does not have the farm enough, I think it's going to be very difficult for this Hayabusa to actually, even strike snowball in the late game if they are winning as well.
Yep, it's definitely not the kind of gameplay that the Hayabusa will be expected to do in this match. It's not going to be a snowball. It's definitely going to be the split pushes and the objective gameplay. But the side of Noctura, they still need to pick a mage. So I'm really interested to see what mage are they going to pick up here. If it is going to be the Zoshiro,
maybe the Lunox would be a good one. Immunity, right?
Yeah, I also feel that the Lunox could be a good one here. I mean, the immunity will help her dodge everything that's being, going to land on her, I guess. Of course, the ultimate of the Hayabusa along with the Lapu Lapu as well. At the same time, the burst of the Lunox, once she can dodge all those, she can always go for the Chaos Assault and melt anyone down, because EVT are only left to pick up the frontliners right now, and that's why they have to just go for the roamer and the EXP, I guess. And right now, if you take a look at the Lapu Lapu, I feel like this could be going into the goal lane. But if this is going to be the export into the goal lane, I feel like this Lapu Lapu could actually suffer just a bit.
It could suffer for sure. I think, like you mentioned, the true damage. Even if the Lapu Lapu goes in, if he cannot kill the people, if he cannot give the crowd control to the members, I think it's pretty much wasted for him. But okay, the Selena for the early game though.
Eden is back to his roots.
I think a bit risky, but still can work really well if they can pull it off for sure.
It's Feden, bro. It's Feden. So I'm not really surprised to see a Selena. Selena was already in the back of my mind. I just did not say it because I feel like, nah, this is not going to happen. But I just remembered it's Feden, of course. The guy who plays Selena, like, I don't know, man. Like the way, of course, for the people who know it, Void back in the day, during those days of Snapdragon. So yeah, it kind of reminds me the way he plays as Selena is so aggressive. The abyssal arrows are so on point.
1%, you forgot 1%. Direct mid cap. How can you forget that, man?
Yeah, oh my god. I'm so sorry I did not mention Zozo there. But yeah, I always feel like Void is and has been the best Selena user that I've ever seen in India so far. But okay, Kyle as well. These guys are here to go for the comfort picks. They do not care about what's going to happen, but they are here to go for the comfort pick. We're seeing Kyle on the Herod and Faden on the Selena. And if NOC, Noctura right now, if they cannot pull it off with this picks, then I don't think they can pull it off with any other picks, bro.
They're going for their ultimate best heroes, I would say, for this game. Like, it's like you're looking at their most signature heroes that they can play. I think not for Mundo, but the rest of the team, it's definitely there. But oh my, this draft is looking so good from both the sides, and I'm really loving the fact how will they, actually execute this into the land of Dawn, because you can see in terms of spell, Fredo, there is no difference. Like one revitalize from each, 3 flickers, 1 retribution, no difference. Like it's like
Yeah.
50-50.
Yeah, I mean the spells are identical on all the lanes, and it's the revitalizers are on both the roamers, right? So
Yeah.
a pretty, I would say, a very identical spell, being carried here by both sides. And the high loss to finish off the draft was a really interesting choice, because what they know is they need someone to just go forward and give them the vision. So yeah, just send the high loss. If he gets caught, he will come back with the glorious pathway, and if he dies, then of course we'll be safe. So yeah, Madara is definitely going to be the sacrificial lamb here for EVT. And of course,
True,
he's going to
man.
eat a lot of those abyssal arrows from Faden.
He needs to, body block those abyssal arrows for sure. Because if
Yep.
he does not, then his team is gonna be on a problematic situation. Because none of them has a purify in this game, surprisingly. But I think it's better because if you take the purify, you're dead anyway. Because there's an Xborg, there's an Alice, there's a Garud Kacha. How do you even
Yeah,
escape them all, man? But oh,
exactly, man. What are you going to do, right? I mean, if you carry the Purify, then you cannot really escape using the Flicker. And if you're carrying the Flicker, then of course the Selena is going to be coming on to you. So yeah, Flicker being the best spell here, everyone is just on that. And with that, okay, take a look at NOC. They're trying to go for an early invade onto Godspeed because this is a lane cut happening. Haruka already has a level 2. Godspeed. Okay, seems like NOC just trying to secure the jungle area once again, it seems, which has always been their priority if you observe Shinryu from the last game.
I think they're just trying for a quick level 2 for the Garud Kacha Kimi, because he did not buy the roam, so they just cut the
Oh,
wave together. Oh wait, mid lane.
oh my god, Abyssal Arrow, first blood here coming in for Kimi, and that is what the naughty Faden does. I mean, you could have thought that, okay, Madara, he had everything under control, but no, the cheeky boy here, Faden, he just lands that Abyssal Arrow onto the
Wait,
right person.
Auntie.
Haruka here could be in trouble as well. They understand the
Wait.
assignment, but Haruka escapes using the Flicker. Noctura here is on the, I would say, the one who are trying to control the pace of the game, and they're definitely succeeding right now at doing that.
Yeah, and even if we talk about the emblem, you can see Selena actually picking up the jungle one, so to actually help the jungler to farm much quicker, and even to actually just steal away some of the jungle camps away from the hands of the Hayabusa is going to be Godspeed. But still, the
Yep.
early game pressure is going to be in the hands of team NOC for the first half. But as we move slower into the mid to late game, I think it's going to just go up and down for sure. But at the same time, we are looking at two of the highest damage dealer for the late game. That's going to be the Harith as well as the Grandeur. Given who actually scales faster, and if the Grandeur can get good snowball with the Sky Piercer stack on towards him, it's going to be very important. But the turtle already started, and team EVT, they're not even ready for it.
Yeah. Look at Godspeed. He's still level 3. And oh my god, Mr. Faden being annoying once again. Shenzu is definitely not going to be happy, but Faden here
Wait.
could be in trouble instead. Oh my goodness, Godspeed with the shadows takes down Mr. Faden, and that is enough to make that Selena think twice before going in the next time. But with that, the
Ooh.
turtle was already secured here by the side of Noctura, and they are still not really ahead in terms of farm. But yeah, they will definitely get that shield, I guess.
Yeah,
Okay,
true. But again, Kimi,
Kimi, revitalize, force out. Madara already forcing out the glorious pathway as well. Oh my god, top side, off cam, Haruka.
I am.
This time around, he did not have that flicker on him.
It's too sad for him, but again, Haruka will be in
Oh.
trouble if he.
Oh my
What?
god, what is
What?
happening here?
What?
The
What?
moment we the moment we focus onto the lane, the other lane is the one getting pressured upon. Noctura are just gapping our cameraman at this point.
Yeah, I mean, even EVT, they are taking back the trades. I would say still 50-50. 3 for 2 is the score. Still, the goal 400 into the side of Team EVT is very low, I would say. Can be comebackable with the next objective onto the hands that, whoever it takes. But so far, you can see the pressure being built up. And even though Noctura had a very good start, right now, the Selena is not really finding too much of a success. Last time he tried to go in, he got locked in from Godspeed and he got a kill. And this Hayabusa, the more kills he get, the better for him, isn't it? But again, Kyle
Wow.
takes some crisis bot lane.
Oh my god, Crisis here is in crisis this time around. Kyle though could be in trouble as well. But Godspeed, oh my goodness, he gets taunted and he might be getting taken down here. One more burst is all it takes and Faden will be the one landing the finishing blow to take off Godspeed. And with that, he of course does not forget to connect another arrow onto Madara. Haruka from the backlines, he wants to go in for a dive it seems. And yes, he will go in for the Throne of the Ruins. Shenzu gets caught, but the RWM catches as well. Kyle going in with the dive for the Zaman Force. They want to take in Madara first because Madara is outside the turret. Corey Cutie arrives to the scene. They want to go for Kyle. Kyle does not really have the mana. Corey Cutie goes in with the bravest fighter. He does have the shadows, but with that, oh my goodness, Corey Cutie, you beauty taking down Kyle there, securing the revenge onto this goal laner who was just getting fed.
Oh my god. Even though this is a 2-1 bracket, but the teams are playing as if they will get eliminated. But again, the price is too hefty, right? The team winning from here will directly qualify into the round robin, so they need to give all in. And even though the side of Team EBT has scored the first point, the side of Noctura, they're not really here to, bow down. They're still trying to show their fight. And in the previous fight, you saw how well they played. Even Corey Cutie got a kill, but still he got taken down. So Rarmoon has been farming steadily, and this is gonna hurt. Glorious pathway out.
Madara, for some reason, has used the glorious pathway in the direction of the engage. And Madara will be the one falling first. Serarmoon would fall as well. Crisis goes in. And with that, Crisis strikes once again. But Godspeed will be getting caught here by Haruka. And they go in for the double revenge kill secured here by Haruka onto the member. That was taking him down a couple of times. But yeah, with that, the game still stands in the favor of NOC right now. Because they are on a goal lead. And they are also trying to take this turret down bottom side.
Yeah, I mean, even though, Godspeed as well as Crisis are farming really well, but so are Haruka as well as Rarmoon. They're not really too behind when it comes down to the EXP department, but still, again, the pressure is on towards the kill. And if they keep on dying like this, I think the tier 1s might just fall very shortly. And we are already going to the 6-minute mark, kind of heading into the mid to late game, where the scaling will actually show the teams or the members will be locking in some of their first few items that will lead to the damage much more being active around the map. But again, I think NOC, they're doing a very good job in keeping the distance while there is no objective, not really pushing the fight. But again, if they can find a pick off, they're not really afraid to take it off, and that's really paving for them. And so far, I think with the high loss, Madara cannot keep everyone safe. Another Vizta Games connects, but no follow up from that. Shenzu could have been in trouble. Did have the flicker though. Now the turtle.
Being cheeky once again, Shenzu is in trouble it seems. They are going all in for Shenzu. They know that this guy is the one who gets to take him down first. But with that, Turtle is secured here as well by Serarmoon. Zaman Force getting placed. And Godspeed done here as well. But Godspeed will not be able to use the shadow because Kyle is there to lock him down. And with that, Noctura is still in the lead and they've taken down the turtle as well. Things are looking good here and things are not looking good here for EVD. Bottom side as well. Crisis in big trouble once again. He forced to use the flicker. He goes for a first Sky Piercer actually. But I do not really feel like that's the best thing to do. But anyways, he probably has 10 stacks because I saw him taking that kill before he got down, right?
Yeah, I think he has some stacks, so it should be okay. But so far, the itemization that you're looking at, I think the Harry is scaling pretty good. Even for I think Crisis is the same thing. But the main problem is Godspeed. He's falling behind. He's not getting the kills anymore. He's not really being prevalent or active around the map to actually get those pick off. He needs to shut down Faden as well as Kyle as much as he could. But they are so well protected by the members of Team NOC. It's so difficult to reach them. But look at the position from Kimmy. They're trying to do something here. They're trying to pull off something here. Can they though?
Let's see if they will be able to do that or not. Madara left alone in the backline. Oh my god, Shenzu. They are taking down Shenzu every single time, and that's the reason why they're winning out these team fights once again. Shenzu gets taken down, Godspeed gets stunned, and Haruka going in. Faden goes in to finish off Godspeed. Kyle takes a killing spree on Corey QT, and Haruka does not want to stop. They want to go in for more. Crisis, the lone member, standing. It's a 4v1 right now, and Crisis could be getting taken down under his own turret. Kyle goes in for the finishing blow. He gets a triple out of that, and everyone was down on the side of EVT except for Shenzu and Unofficial. But okay, finally it comes on the screen. Officially, a wipeout here by Noctura.
Wait. Don't tell me he takes him down. No! Oh, this is so bad. This is so
My
bad for
goodness.
Shenzu. Like he should have taken the Purify. It seems the flicker is not really working. And if you take a again in the team fight, look at Kyle just free hitting from the back. The frontliners are so good. Haruka with the Throne of Ruins getting that peel, taking the sustain as well as Faden with those stuns. Man, just I think a monster so far. But again, Kyle is really leading up the damage department, and now this Lord will be going free with the side of Team NOC and. EVT, they're really trailing behind. This is the deja vu, but roles reverse this time. EVT are on the receiving end and they cannot even defend their own turrets. That's the problem. If they lose a lot more turrets, they cannot really hold on to their inhibitors, which will in fact open up the Nexus and the game could be over because one push is what all they need. And NOC with the goal lead that they're making, I think it could be very much easier.
And like I was telling you before, Shinryu, I mean, the side of Noctura, if they cannot win with this draft, then what are they going to win with? Because these guys right now, Faden and Kyle, they're on their comfort picks. And on top of that, Kimi as well is on that hero that he always recommends everyone to play. He always says, just play the Katot, man. That's so easy. It's so easy to carry your teammates when you play the Katot. And oh my goodness, Katot and Selena with the combo. Crash is still surviving though. But look at that cheeky little Faden with that abyssal arrow. Even Serarmoon has taken down Godspeed. How do you expect a Hayabusa to be taken down in a solo kill by an X-Borg? How does that happen? It happens when you give Serarmoon the X-Borg when he is on the verge of getting eliminated from the tournament. And right now, Noctura are looking for a desperate move. They want to go in. And look at the Throne of Ruins connecting onto one member only. But with that, they take down Madara and the base is almost cracked open here. They're working on the turrets right now. Bottom side as well. A minion lady is arriving. And with that, they're going in to try and take down the bottom as well. They will confidently and successfully do that. But a reverse engage coming in from Korikuti could turn things around here. The Abyssal Arrow misses this time around. But Kyle gets his Zaman Force and they take down Korikuti as well.
Like this is so difficult for Team EV to actually back off from, because you can see the pressure they have been in constantly from the side of Team NOC, and there's nothing much they can do. They're trying to respond inside their own base, but still not really enough, right? And talk about the items, man. You can see Kyle already scaling so good. He already has the Holy Crystal. This is what they needed for this lineup to actually come online, and they have already reached that. For the side of Team, I would say AVT, they're still far away. Again.
Oh my god, Godspeed is in trouble here. And that first pick Hayabusa is definitely something that is going to come to his nightmares tonight if they lose this match, of course. But man, going for a Hayabusa first pick is not a good idea. As you can already see right now, people watching will definitely learn from the mistakes of EVT, of course, not themselves.
Yeah.
And that is what you, of course, get as the, I would say, I mean, of course, people don't really call this thing education, but this is education to eliminate dark system, I guess.
I mean, I won't say the Hayabusa could not have worked, but it was very early pick, like you mentioned as well, and because of that, they cannot really get the snowball of the tanky line of the side of Team NOC have gone for, and again, another Lord spawning into the land of Dawn. And I don't know if EVT can even go near the Lord Pit. If they do, it's going to be a Hail Mary play from them because they have nothing to lose at this point if they have to put everything in. But one wrong move and the game will get over anyway. But again, look at the position from Kyle. Look at him. He's going from behind. They're trying to just go for a flank.
And look at that. Look at Kimi. He's troubling Shenzu. Shenzu. What are you doing in this match? You are not even there because you're getting deleted. And with that godlike coming up for Kyle and Kyle going in for more, he is going on a maniac spree right now on this Zaman Force. They go in for 3. They're going for 4. Crisis is getting stunned inside his own base area. What is happening right now? EVT are probably wondering, what have we done wrong in our last life? Because right now they're getting shredded down by the side of NOC, and NOC does not seem to stop. They do not care. They're not showing any mercy, and they go for the base right now. Godspeed is left all alone. He's recoiling because he knows there's nothing left to do. And with that, EVT are defeated by Noctura in the second game of this best of 3 series.
What a game, man. What a turnaround. Like, you talk about a game, like, you see, this is the draft that they were actually, we all talked about. They're going for all in with the draft, and it really paved the way. I mean, we talked about the gap of synergy in the previous game. This time, they played like, hey, we own this game. Like, they were every time in charge of every department. Talk about goal, talk about damage, talk about kills, talk about the objective takes, everything under their control. And I think they were mogging with us. that game. But again, the player of the
Oh
match
my
is
god.
definitely gonna be Kimmy, man.
The journey from Choco to MVP has been a very beautiful one here for Mr. Kimi. As you can see that he is displaying, of course, his items and his, of course, a very signature pose for every esports player ever. But yeah, and I'm talking about the game stats. There was nothing that EVT could have done because if you are serious, then you do not go for a Hayabusa first pick in a tournament. But in this game,
True.
EVT was not serious, so they went for a Hayabusa first pick. And they have definitely got
They
thunderstruck,
got a
I would
lesson.
say.
They learned a lesson for sure. But
Yeah, they definitely learned the lesson.
I think it was a bit too confident for them as well. I don't know, confidence or overconfidence, what we say, but they thought it could work. They were confident about it, but NOC said like, no, not today. And you can see so much crowd control from a sort of team NOC as well. Yes, the Purify could have been a better option to go for, but still you cannot survive with the Purify, right? There's so many heroes that can chase you down. I think even with the Purify, the difference would not happen much apart from what we're looking at. Shenzhou was the one who was getting constantly marked every time, and what do you do about getting marked that heavily? And even everybody got taken down 5 times. So I think all of them are marked equally for this game, right?
I don't know what to say, man. I mean, when you are playing against a good Selena player, you usually want to pick a hero that has dashes. And, like you always talk about Shinryu, you always talk about the mid lane synergy, the mid lane duo, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, if you're having a Selena on the other side, why would you pick two heroes which do not have dashes? Come on. You're gonna get
True.
stunned, bro. You're gonna get stunned. I mean, of course, the Hylos was kind of okay, but man, I mean, I can't really blame them as well because the Serena was picked after they picked these heroes, right? I mean, at least the Eve. So yeah, not really sure how to react to that, but yeah, I feel like EVT just got outdrafted, and they got outdrafted, and they got outplayed. And honestly, their draft was not even a draft to begin with, but because, of course, as you can see on the screen here, Mr. Godspeed was, I would say, radiating with confidence. But yeah, confidence is not what makes you win games. Of course, it does help, but man, you gotta stay calm-headed in the draft, and that is not what EVT did in the last match.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot take down 3 tanky heroes, can you? Even with a I think Eve at that point when you're getting constantly marked in. The AOG is one. The Abyssal Arrow is another. Then there is Haruka coming in with this flankable position.
I don't know what to say, man.
Man,
I don't
too
know what to
difficult, too difficult to do things. I think even Lunox could have worked, man. Honestly speaking, Lunox could have worked.
That was much better. That was much better, honestly. But I mean, of course, I do understand that the Yves is actually a prio pick. I was actually recommending it, but the thing is, they actually went for a Hayabusa first pick. If there was someone that could have taken down the Selena, it was the Hayabusa. But Hayabusa was not really getting any control over the map because their mid lane duo was getting harassed. So you cannot really blame Godspeed as well there for not taking down Faden. But man, if he was the Godspeed that we all know, then I think he should have found a way to harass Faden a couple of times. But man, that did not happen as well. So I'm not really happy with the way things have turned out here. But I'm really happy for Noctura, and I'm really happy for Kyle, because Kyle will definitely be realizing that the goal laners that work in this meta are his favorite goal laners. The Granger and the Harry, those are the only two that probably work pretty well, right, in this meta. So he can still go for his comfort picks and maybe come out on top as well. But other than that, the match still stands on a 1-1 score. We will be diving into the third game pretty shortly. But before that, just reminding you guys once again, tonight we have a giveaway going on our stream. 5,000 diamonds up for grabs. And for how many people, well, we'll reveal that pretty soon as well. So if you are one of those lucky people sticking around till the end, you might be the lucky one. And of course, the giveaway will get unlocked when the stream reaches 350 likes. So yeah, make sure if you're watching without liking the stream, you are a criminal. Do not do that. Like the stream right away, and make sure that, of course, you support the biggest tournament in India of this year. At the same time, of course, help us get that confidence boost so that we keep hosting such events. But yeah, with that, talking about the match once again, back to the match, Shinryu. the third game is going to get more interesting because the side of Elusivity have probably understood as well that they cannot let things slide again. They cannot take it easy just because they won the first one. So yeah, what do you think Noctura can approach for here? Can't hear you.
My bad, sir. I just had a small glitch out there. But again, I think it's still the fact that Noctura, they should go for the comfort. I think that's working best for them. They tried the double fighter meta, but it didn't go the way they wanted. Not the best result that they could. I mean, Kyle, he wants to play aggressive, but on a hero like Lapu Lapu, it's not suiting him, at least right now. I think maybe in the future he can just try better, different routes and everything, but for now it's not suiting him. I think the Harith is very good because he can punish. He can actually do a lot more. He can be a playmaker with that kind of hero as well. But again, I think for EVT, just pick some dash-based hero and pick some heroes that can actually self-protect themselves, I think. Like, as in, like, the tank does not constantly need to protect you, does not need to give you the peel. And please do not pick Hayabusa as the first hero.
Yeah, please do not pick Hayabusa. This is literally, I mean, like, some people, I would say many people say that EVT is one of the best teams right now. And I would kind of agree on that. But when you do stuff like this, when you pull off stunts in a place where stunts are definitely something that are not encouraged, it's a tournament. It's the biggest tournament. And you do stunts.
they're just one step away from qualifying into the round robin. Why do you want to make your journey harder, right? Just go for a very stable draft, because if you take high risk at this point, I think you either get the high rewards or you just lose very hard. And that's what we saw. Like, they just tried to take the high risk and it kind of did not pave the way for them. But again, I think Noctura, they're happy with the result, but can they replicate it? Gonna be the question, right? Because it's gonna be very important for them, because I saw the journey from you having a long phase to a very happy one to a very excited one right now. So I think for the side of Team NOC, they can do the same thing. But you know what, Fredo? They need some colors for this game. Like, they need to think very, very out of the box for this game. Both the teams, like, they cannot do the normal path, I think. But when I say out of the box, when I say something colorful, I do not mean still the Hayabusa first pick. Stop it.
Yeah, honestly, man. I mean, of course, they might be looking at I would say, the theme of the Mythic Showdown, which is red and black, right? And probably there's a reason why they went for the Hayabusa or something, but come on. Well, that's not what we want to see here. Elusivity, they can do better than that. Even Noctura showed up so well in the second match. I mean, in the first match, Noctura, I won't say they were, I don't know how to say. I mean, they were not serious. I won't say Noctura were not serious. They were definitely serious. But the thing is, the picks were definitely not something that we've seen them being the most comfortable on. You have never seen Faden play from behind. He's always the one who plays aggressive. The entire team of Noctura right now, because Dubai has left and Kyle has come in, they are all aggressive. Kimi is aggressive, Kyle is aggressive, Faden is aggressive. What else do you need? You're having the three most aggressive guys in the entire Indian scene play on your team. And you are going to play from behind. That's exactly why it went wrong in the first game, I feel like. But in the second game, they just switched it up by taking all those heroes that can allow them to go aggressive, and that's why I feel like the results were shown. But now the thing is, Elusivity, because they have not met Noctura in a long time, how are they going to suddenly deal with it?
I mean, an instant answer might be very difficult, but at least try for some damage control. Learn from the previous thing, right? Like, I think that's the best course of action to go for, because yes, you cannot ban away every. maybe that could be one of the thing, right? I think for Faden, I mean, one thing that I saw they could have done would have been picking up the Garud Kacha as the first pick. Maybe give Madara his comfort, because he is very good, equally good as Kimi onto those Garud Kacha, at least I would say. Like, I think for Garud Kacha, the top 3 players or top 5 players would be, Kimi, Zauzen, Madara, and even there are some others. I'm not, ranking them in terms of anything, but these are the players that you would actually think of in terms of rumors for to play the Garud Kacha. And I think they could have gone for that as well. But even if not the, I think, if they wanted to pick the Lapu Lapu anyway, just go for the Lapu Lapu instead of the Hayabusa.
Yeah.
So they were trying not to. I think one thing that they did was try to deny it to Sarar Moon, like not give him the Hayabusa. Maybe that could have been the thought. That could have been the thought. But was it really worth it to pick in the first pick? Because you gave away so much counters.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, I don't really have a right word right now, but I mean, there's this word that my younger sister uses every time she sees something like this, which is not right. She says disgusting, and right now I just want to say that as well
Sheesh.
because man, this first pick Hayabusa was disgusting. And honestly, right now, coming into this match, I mean, Serarmon is definitely someone who can play the Hayabusa really well, but I don't really know how did Godspeed get taken down by Serarmon.
1v1.
Yeah, 1v1. How can an export take down Hayabusa in a 1v1? I mean, he has shadows, he has Ugi Shadow Kill, and even if what does the X-Borg have, right? I'm not really
He has
sure. I mean, he can always
he has a
evade
flamethrower.
those.
He has a flamethrower, sir. He can
Yeah,
burn the
just
shadows.
a flamethrower. And even if you try to go for the last insanity, he's probably going to dash away with those shadows. But
Yeah.
man, I don't
I
really
think,
know.
I think the only possibility could be that he had expended his shadows after which Sararmun went in with the burn.
Yeah.
Because there's some time for the skill to be back up again. So that could be one of those very unfortunate situation for a Hayabusa to actually get caught
Yeah,
up.
honestly. But
So maybe that. But we
yeah,
gotta give props
probably
to
that.
Kimi. But we gotta give props to Kimi. His flank positions were so on point, right? Every
Yeah.
time he was one step ahead of his opponent.
Yeah, man. Honestly, that was really cool of Kimi. Especially the way he went in for Shenzu directly. Like, I mean, there are like 4 or 5 people surrounding him, but he still reaches Shenzu. How did he do that? I don't know. But man, that was something. And yeah, man, we have talked about all the heroes, but man, let's talk about the guy who went down, the villain, right? I mean, all the heroes usually take down the villains, and tonight, of course, the one who was suffering was Shenzu, man. I mean, I feel so bad for that guy, bro. I mean, 4 or 5 people onto him, like, damn, I feel really bad for Shenzu right now. Honestly, I don't really know what's going through his mind.
I have met him. He's probably laughing it off. It's like, oh,
Okay.
I could not, I could not do anything. Like, he's probably laughing it off, but I think they can actually get through this well, because I think for Shenzu is very good onto us into this playmaking heroes as well, similar to what Faden can do. But his is for Faden is more aggressive. He's like the one who wants to go in, but for Shenzo is more about positioning. He's about like range plus damage kind of heroes, right? Even I think one of the reasons that they're not picking up the Farsa is because of the Garud Kacha that was in the previous game. The Farsa is one of a strong suit, right? But I think sometimes you can risk it, maybe a little bit, because the Eve is like, if you get caught, you get caught. You cannot do anything about it. But the Farsa, but you can punish. You can re-engage with the wings by wings. You have a lot of mobility. Your roamer does not need to just come back to save you every time, because Madara, I feel like he was contemplating, like, whether I go in, whether I protect, whether I stand here, like, what do I do? Yes, they had that very a strong combo on the mid lane with the very high slowdown, but what's good slowdown when your heroes can get marked? What do you do about that?
Definitely. I don't really know what to say, man. But with that, I mean, Shenzu definitely needs to. Not Shenzu, man. I would like to blame the entire EVT. Because the thing is, when you go ahead for a pick like Hayabusa in the first pick, I mean, I definitely think not everyone was agreeing to it, but Godspeed just pressed the button anyways. I feel like that's what happened, bro. Otherwise, there was no way that they would have allowed going for a Hayabusa first pick, and then, oh my god, I don't really know what to say. And I think they did not even expect Faden and Kyle to show up with the Selena and Harriet. But yeah, I mean, just to remind everyone, just to nerf Faden a little bit, just reminding everyone, whenever you see Faden, there's a high chance you'll pick the Selena, because that is the best hero that he can play. I mean, you can talk about Asuna as well, right? Asuna is the best mage player, right? He's the best mid laner. That's what people say. People say Bid is also one of the best. But the thing about Mr. Faden is that he will play Selena in ways you cannot comprehend. Even Asuna or Bit might be stunned when they see that the Selena can be used in this way. So I'm just gonna give it to you that, man. Like, Bit and Asuna might be the best mid laners, but for me personally, yeah, Faden is the Selena goat. I mean, no disrespect to Void out there, but yeah, for me right now, it's Faden.
It's okay. We all are, this is a free country. We all are supposed to have our own opinions about things. So no hate for that, of course. We
Yeah.
all can have our personal favorites, right? So, oh, this is again a dangerous grass map. So, even the
Ooh.
game number 2 was the same. NOC this time again first pick. We might see more of those invasive heroes. I feel like is coming through. But like you mentioned, don't pick the Hayabusa first. Ban the Selena.
Yeah, come on. Don't pick the Hayabusa and ban the Selena. That's what EVT should do here. But from the side of Noctura, what are they supposed to do? I feel like the bans don't really matter for them. What matters is going to be the picks. So
True.
definitely right now, EVT has to be the one banning out the right heroes so that the side of Noctura might get outdrafted. But the side of EVT, I feel like they have a very good hero pool as well. There is not really anything that these guys don't play. So for in the side of pick, I do not think it should be a problem. So like I was saying, Noctura bans are not really a problem for them. They can ban whatever they want. EVT are still going to have a good draft because they can pick many heroes. But the side of Noctura have a limited hero pool, in my opinion, that they can go with for this match. So they definitely have to depend or hope that EVT does some bad bans, I would say.
I mean, they can either depend on that or maybe just pick something very unexpected, like something that is like I already we have been talking about, something out of the box, something that can add color to the game. Because what they're doing is just replicating things, replicating what they have been doing for a very long time. And even if you take a look at the draft from the previous game, you can see nothing very out of the picture is coming. I think the Alice might be a new addition, but apart from that, this is a very, I think, a draft that we look at from the previous meta, like the gold laners being the Harith and the Ranger, and apart from that, the heroes like the mid laner there, the roamer there, the damage dealer, not the damage dealer, but the EX laner being whatever it is. But still, like what do you reckon? Can they actually just go for this time around? This time the Yu Xiong as well as the Isan Shin will be banned off, so out of the picture. The Selena is still open, but should NOC go for a first pick Selena? Like, might be a bit of overkill, right?
Yeah, actually, I'm not really sure about that as well. That is just like what they did last game. But honestly, like I said, Faden is a god. He can if there's anyone that can do something with the Selena, it's Faden. It's Faden and Faden alone. So yeah, I won't be surprised if they go for a first pick Selena here because it can actually work if it can actually
Maybe,
be complemented with
maybe,
some more good picks.
maybe the Garud Kachao can also be a first pick. I think like they can deny it, right? To the
Yeah.
CBT because NOC Kimi, he got the MVP in the previous game. I think that hero works for him really well, and with the Alice being the last ban, it's still left open actually.
CC is open as well, but oh, there it goes, there it goes. NOC, I can see. The thing is, if they went for a CC, then I mean we can already read what's coming next because it's already evident that NOC are going to play I would say the meta-oriented lineup. Basically, they are not going to try and do something that does not work out for them. But this time around, they are not really holding back their guns. They have gone for the Hayabusa as well. And Faden is on the Farsa. My goodness, I'm not really sure how to react to that. I think I would have preferred seeing him on a Selena here.
I think in terms of range, the Farsa is still better, and this time Sarar Moon will actually get the Hayabusa. So still a good option, and going for the Kimi, going for the Esmeralda is still a very viable choice. But what are you doing differently this
Wow.
time? I like the Grok. I like the Grok in this case because
Same here.
in dangerous grass, the Grok can really do a lot. I think just by just by giving the peel, like blocking the way with the second skill that is going to be the earth and ramp at the walls as well as the tech charge. I think there's so much pressure already, and even for an assassin, he might not be free actually just to do whatever he want. But the jungler is still due. When he can Godspeed, what does he pick though?
Yeah, what's going to happen now? What is he going to pick? I mean, right now is actually the time for the Suyo to show up. Suyo can actually do good here. But is this the same thought that's going in the minds of AVT? I don't really know. So let's see. Okay, CC getting banned out here. So finally, they show some respect, I would say, to the meta which is going on right now. But I don't really think that's the way you ban against NOC because the Harith is still open, the Granger is still open, and Mr. Kyle, he might be a young little boy, but he turns into a monster when you give him those heroes.
Yeah, I mean, even if there's an Esmeralda, I don't think so. Kyle will be of shy away from picking up the Harriet. Like, not the best matchup, of course, if we talk about the counter index and everything. But for him, I think he can make it work somehow or the
Yeah.
other. But apart from that, I think the Grandeur could be a very well option. The Lapu Lapu gets banned. It could have been a good flex to the goal lane. But apart from this, I think one more hero that they need to ban for the side of Team EVT would be the Uranus. I think that could be a bit of trouble for the side of Team EVT, and I think regardless of what they pick, I think they need to deny a very good hero. Like, as goal lane is still open, they can ban the goal lane as well. Maybe just choose one poison at the time, because they cannot ban everything, but ban something the most optimum that they can at this point. Oh, neat.
I'm not really sure about how to react to that as well. My goodness, why are they going for the turn ban here? I mean,
Maybe
I mean, a
EVT are trying to pick
Granger.
up the maybe EVT are trying to pick up the Harriet. So, but
Hmm.
too much magic though.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's an overload of magic actually. And okay, they go for X-Borg on the other side. I mean, the X-Borg was definitely the hero that was able to work against the Hayabusa, but I still feel like in this matchup where there's a lot of mobility, there's a Farsa, there is actually a Hayabusa. I mean, Hayabusa does have a lot of mobility as well. So Suyo is definitely the pick to go for here for the side of EVT. I know it's not the meta where Suyo works, but for this match and for this lineup that we're seeing right now, I feel like Suyo has to be the go-to pick here for EVT.
But I mean, we saw the Suyu in the first game, right? It didn't work so well.
Yeah, but
mean-
but that was against a what was it against a
Good question, actually. What did they pick? I think the Suyo was against. Wow, we have some very bad memory. Let me just refresh my memory. See if I can actually figure it out.
Suyo was
Oh,
against
it was against YSs actually. The
yeah,
YSs.
that's why it did not work. That's why it did not work. But now against the Hayabusa, I mean, if you remember in the last meta where it was Suyo Joy Hayabusa, it was just if it's a Hayabusa, go for Suyo. If it's a Suyo, go for Joy. If it's a Joy, go for Hayabusa. This trio, this thing. So right now the thing is we can bring that back, try to counter this lineup. But oh my goodness, Mr. Kyle, he's still living in the past. He's still living in the past.
He's going for his comfort, man. He's definitely
Yeah.
going for his comfort.
But
But
I
now-
think it could still work.
EVT, do they actually put this Esmeralda into the jungle and just pick up a gold laner, or just pick a gold? I mean, a jungle now, like Joy. Okay,
Oh
it
my
works,
God.
but not against the Hayabusa. Maybe
Oh
not
my
against the. Um,
Oh my god.
I kind of have mixed feeling about this Joy, but still, if we can pull it off, I think we're talking about Godspeed, of course. If we can pull it off, maybe a very good hero to go for. But regardless, could be a
mean-
risky pick, man.
I mean, even a Fanny could be like, okay, bro, okay. I'm like,
Maybe.
Fanny's like, okay, right? Yeah, okay, you're good at
Can
that,
come in
hero,
handy.
and it does counter at least one of the major threats that the enemy has, which is the 1-1. So I would be like, yeah, okay, Godspeed, I understand what you're doing there, but Joy, are you going for suicide mission? Because there's a Gatot who can taunt you, the Farsa will probably fly away, 1-1 is not really going to get troubled by you, Hayabusa can shut you down, you can't kill Uranus. Godspeed, what are you thinking here, boy? I don't really understand what he's thinking here with his drop. But anyways, we will leave
Yeah,
EVT to decide what they're going to do with it.
I mean, they're really trusting the process. They're really, going with the flow, it seems. But hey, this is the final deciding match, or deciding game actually, for this match between Team NOC versus EVT. Both of them have 1 point each. The winner, they move directly to the round robin stage of the Mythic Showdown Season 2. The loser will be forced down to the 2-2 bracket, where they have to play one more match. If they win, then they will qualify for the round robin. The loser will be directly eliminated from this tournament. It's a very brutal phase we are in, and these teams, they are putting everything on the line. Talking about the spells, nothing too crazy. I think it's pretty normal that we are looking at everything and that is as it is. The spell on the Esmeralda though is on
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we all welcome you to the Land of Dawn. This is Mythic Showdown Season 2, brought to you by War Drum Games. And this is, of course, NOC playing against EVT. Noctura Esports versus Elusivity Esports. Both of these sides have proven their might in the last two matches, defeating each other once. But now the third game will decide who will move ahead, the one who will move closer to, of course, playing in the LAN event, or will it be someone else who will be going for the longer path? One of these teams will be the one doing each of that. But for now, in the land of dawn we are, and it's EVT versus Nocturne. Like I was saying, EVT right now, they have to give their best, and so does Noctura, because there's one more chance. And into the mid lane, already a lot of action taking place. First blood secured here by Mr. Faden.
Yeah, already off to a explosive start from side of Team NOC. We are seeing the same thing happening from the previous game as well. I think every time Faden or Team NOC they get the first start of the game, they actually perform a lot well. In the first game, though, it was Faden who actually got taken down. From there, they lost the game. So this might be a good sign for them, but we'll see how it goes. Again, it's if we talk about the spells or the emblems out here, especially. Um, Nothing, I think, out of the ordinary out here. Two tenacities from the side of Team NOC, one from the side of Team. Actually, it's onto the Kimi. That is just a different thing. So the Kimi actually went for a bit tanky onto the mid lane. Apart from that, it's very normal spells. Festival of Blood for two of the members of Team EVT as well, the side laners, and yeah, so on and so forth. But again, the thing is, a good start is what both these teams would require. But again, the taunt connects. Madara forced to figure out. Could have been a trouble for him, but now they will be forced to play passive. But again, the rotation is coming to the mid lane as well as the EXP. But again, mid lane though.
Oh my god, lot of action, lot of damage. Ceramon is going for the turtle first. Oh my god,
Oh.
my god,
Oh.
what was that damage from Corey QT? And Godspeed takes the turtle. They are going in for the engage. Faden is very, very low. He does not have the flicker. He has it, but he does not uses it. And Godspeed gets a kill on Faden. I don't really know why Faden still held on to that flicker.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very good rotation from Crisis, but look at the team fight. It started off with Madara being forced out to Flicker, but then they kind of tried to force the mid lane as well to get to level 4 for the Farsa, but it instantly got shut down when the side of Team, EVT kind of forced that engage. First, the Farsa did not get level 4, so she was really in a vulnerable position, but look at Hayabusa getting marked so quickly. He just disappeared in few seconds, and then came the engage. Not having that level 4 was really a hefty price. The side of Team NOC had to play, but again, another fight starting off. Kimi, will he be in problem?
Yeah, look at Kimi, 4v1. He
Oh.
escapes using the AOG. And that is that is exactly what the Gatot Kacha is known for, those last HP escapes. But man, the thing is, I'm not really understanding how it's working right now. And look at that, Kyle as well getting chunked down. Oh my god, EBT just shutting the mouth up here for Fredo, of course, disrespecting me, but I like that.
Crazy, man, crazy. But again, that was a lot of skills, a lot of people jumping onto was Kyle onto the 1-1, so it's not really easy. But again, I'm kind of surprised Cody Cute is actually, doing so well onto this, I would say the hero.
Arlott.
Wow, I just forgot. Damn, I forgot the name
Arlott.
Arlott, man. Crazy. I was so hyped in, I was just forgot the name, but I think the Arlott, yeah.
Mid
But
lane.
again, it's okay, it's okay. I think they should just calm down. Let me just speak, man. I just forgot the name of the hero, Arlott. I feel bad already as it is, but again, Haruka might be in trouble, but no, he's just backing off. But the Arlott is actually doing really, really well with the final slash, with the stuns from the first kill too. But again, Kimi is the man. They're really marking down. He's not getting any breathing space. But again, the second objective was already up, and the teams are looking for a setup here, Fredo.
Yeah.
Can they find this turtle again?
Look at Kimi and Haruka. They're trying their best to provide space here for Kyle and Ceramon to work with, but right now they're not really getting that. Even Faden as well getting marked down so easily by Madara, and Godspeed wants to go in for one of those members once again. Kyle could be in trouble here though. He uses everything that he has and he connects that crossbow of tank. Corey QT in the backline takes down Kimi, and with that Crisis takes down Kyle as well, and they're looking for more here. Ceramon is not able to use Yugi Shadow kill yet, and he still holds on to it, but Shenzu into the mid lane still chunking down Haruka, and with that they do not get anyone down. Instead, it's just Kyle who falls for the second time in this game. And EVT are looking to strike once again.
Yeah, they're looking to strike and they have really have gotten themselves a good start. It started from the side of Team NOC getting the first blood, but then from there on, they were very aggressive and it's really paving the way for them. They got both the neutral objectives secured and now they are even having the goal lead with the kill pressure already being built up. At top though,
Oh my god, Crisis is in a lot of crisis.
wait,
And he will be able to escape as well. My
don't tell me,
goodness.
don't tell
The
me,
Crisis is not in crisis.
wait,
He even uses everything that he has. Oh my god, even Serarmoon uses his shadow kill. But the shadow kill onto the top.
oh,
Crisis with the clutch escape. Cody Cutie coming in to try and rescue him. Serarmoon very, very low
oh,
right now. And he will
no,
get taken down for the second time by Corey Cutie. And EVT are not looking for anything less than a win here.
damn, this is looking terrible for the side of Team NOC. They were looking good, but again, Crisis Part 2. Oh no, this is the instant replay, man. I was like,
Oh
I
my
was just
god,
struggling.
what's happening with you,
I'm
bro?
wheezing, man. I'm wheezing, man. It's so explosive. But again, like you mentioned, the clutch escape. Look at the shadow kill averted out there. But still, I was like, hey, are they going for a part 2 here? But really, that 1v1 being won from Corey Cutie against Hayabusa off, not having any kind of skills. Even the tier 1 push down on the bot lane. This is too much of an advantage for the side of Team EVT just for the first 5 to 6 minutes of the game. But again, neutral objective will be up soon. So I think
Whoa.
Team NOC, they need to play it down slow. But talking about the items, you can see so much lead coming in from the side of Team EVT already, right? Their first item locked in and just waiting
Yep.
for the second one.
Yep. And honestly speaking, it's looking really good here for the side of EVT. They do not really have a lot of things to worry about, except for the fact that Kyle was able to just shut down Godspeed. And like I was saying, at least in theory, because I already pointed it out, this Joy should not be working. The only way it's working right now is because of the synergy that EVT are showing, especially Corey QT, because he has been able to mark down the backliners very, very well. And at the same time, the frontliners, of course, Madara and Mr. Corey themselves are able to zone them out as well. And Shenzu from the back lines is always providing enough damage to zone them away. Fade in here, is trying to steal the turtle, but Godspeed not really that. Okay, into the mid lane, something could break out here. Kyle is looking, he has activated that crossbow of tank. He still holds on to it.
Damage.
Madara is the one taking the damage, so nothing much coming out of it. Faden, look at that Faden. He will be
Wait,
getting
Crisis.
taken down here, it seems, but he uses the flicker to escape. Crisis here was just trying to pull his best move, but Haruka here
What?
as
What
well.
way?
My goodness, bottom lane. My god, Faden was recalling and Godspeed caught up to him. Lot of synergy being shown here by EVT. The communication is on point. They are communicating about the spells, emblems, items, every single thing that's moving on the map right now.
Siramun.
As you can see, they're going with Yugi Shadow Kill, but there is not enough damage on Siramun right now. And Haruka could be the one
Haruka?
falling. This Uranus is very, very low. And Shenzu gets a killing spree.
Oh!
This guy is on 30 stacks of Sky Piercer right now, and he could go in for more. But man, Corey QT is stuck this time around, and it's a shutdown secured by Faden.
Damn, that's a very overextended team fight. However, the way the side of Team EVT had been sandwiching the players of NOC, it was looking really good up to the point that they kind of lost the advantage. But again, no, the mid lane tier 1 will be falling, unfortunately. And there's nothing much the side of Team NOC can do. But up top, though, Kyle trying to do the same, trying to take down the tier 1, needs to back off before he gets punished. But oh my god, if we talk about the goal difference already, but okay, Madara he got spotted, but does he want an engage here? Like, Kimi can escape, okay, it should be okay, but look at the goal difference, right? None of them are able to match it up to the point that the lead is just getting broader and broader. And I feel with this kind of lead, the damage scaling will be much quicker for the side of Team EVT. And NOC, they have to let go of the turrets, the objectives a lot more like this, and if they keep on doing that, they will in fact lose the game. Godspeed takes
my
down
God.
a Uranus.
Yeah,
What?
imagine a Joy is
What?
taking down a Uranus. Imagine how fed this Joy is right now. And with that, okay, Madara here could be in trouble. He's getting chunked down very, very low. He's taking a lot of hits. The crossbow of tank connects. But what can you do with a 1-1 when you're up against the tankiest hero of the meta right now? Mega kill coming in for Shenzu as well. He can go for a double. He's on Sky Piercer stack. He's high on those stacks. He's going in for the retribution. But with that, Godspeed goes in for the killing spree, and EVT are going for the Lord.
Oh my goodness, this is looking a very, very difficult place for the side of Team NOC to do anything from. not that they can really answer back. Is not even the answer that the frontliners are getting punished. Haruka is getting taken down. Kimi has to use his skills to escape. With this Lord going to the side of Team EBT, they're looking much more closer to actually winning this game out. The only thing the side of Team NOC can do is just slow this game down, but is it really possible because of the type of dive that is available from EBT? I think NOC they're really in the mercy or at the mercy of Team EVT a lot of this point until and unless they make a mistake, they commit a mistake. There's no way
Wow.
for Team NOC to actually punish. But again, the buff this time, Sarar Moon, there's nothing much he can do. He can secure it maybe, but that's about it. He cannot really punish. The Grok was just standing there. But the Lord here, Fredo, already marching towards the base of Team NOC. What do?
Yes, the best that the side of EVT will try to do is take down those inhibitor. I mean, take down those tier twos and maybe an inhibitor. But the side of NOC, they have to try their best to defend. And the thing is, Haruka has to be standing there out front, and of course try to survive everything that is being thrown at him. Especially Senzu, who's going to try and melt him down very very quickly. And with that, the turrets. Take a look at the way they have managed these minions this time around. The next
Oh,
wave comes
conceal?
right after the gold shield is gone. So that is a good timing here. But now they have to use this timing to the max potential by trying to take down this turret, but they won't be able to do so. Haruka still standing tall. Shenzu's damage is of course coming very very much as well. But with that Ugi Shadow kill, there comes
Oh.
Sherard Mode and he will strike on Shenzu. And with that,
Oh, fire
they're going
slash!
in for more. Revitalizing Force out along with the Feather air strike
Oh.
as well. Double kill coming up for
Oh.
Sherard Mode. This is
EVT.
the downfall that NOC were looking all along. EVT just made the blunder and NOC will strike. They're trying to go in for more members. Godspeed this time around. He knows that Ugi Shadow Kill is not available, or neither does
Oi.
he have the shadows. And Godspeed goes for the hunt.
Crisis though.
in a 4v1. Can he actually pull it off right now? He seems
Ooh.
like he's getting low, so he will be backing off as well. But okay,
Uh-oh.
Crisis. What is Godspeed thinking here? Godspeed, okay, Crisis actually buys the Winter Crown. Is he trying to do something which is impossible right now, which is going for a 4v1? He does not want to let them go. He's still chasing them down. What is Crisis doing here? He does not want them to recall or something.
Oh, Shenzu is back though. But look at Crisis still going. The traction pulse will connect onto his Haruka. But Godspeed though, he wants to go in.
He wants to go in for Kyle. Kyle is very, very low.
Oi,
Kyle
oi,
does
oi,
not
oi.
land those hits. And with that, Crisis going in for the backline. Kimishi causes a shutdown as well. But that's a heavy, heavy Esmeralda that you're dealing with. They do not have enough damage.
Oh.
Madara knocks up 3 members. Shenzu goes in and he's dealing a lot of damage. Shenzu takes down Kimi. He can go in for Haruka as well. But Haruka escapes using the dash. But now, the side of NOC is of course very very short-sighted, I would say, because this is the Crisis boy right here, man. Crisis boy just short-sighting them. They did not really see what was coming. The fact that the death timers are not that long yet just caught NOC off guard, I guess.
Like that sustain was just unreal from Crisis. He was, like you mentioned, 4v1 until his team kind of helped him out. That could have been a very big blunder the side of Team EVT could have made. It's just because of Crisis as well as Godspeed taking down, I would say, Sarar Moon, that they could really hold on for their fortress for much longer. And the best fact is that Lord was not there. It's getting taken down. I think it should be pretty much secured by Shenzu though. Haruka really ahead, can get punished down. He's that's impossible. That's impossible at this point when you do not have the
Oh my god,
damage
look at
item.
Crisis. Look at Crisis. Look at that amount
He's a
of
bully.
HP. I mean, that's like
Shield.
that's like
He's bully.
yeah, that's like 2 high-lows put together, bro.
Crazy, man. Crazy at this point because you can see his build, right? He's just waiting for his last item and he's so far ahead. And he even has the Winter Crown.
Kyle.
No, Kyle.
Knock up from Madara.
Ah.
Madara securing the kill there, and Saramon going in for the Yugi Shadow kill. They want to target Kori QT, but Madara
Oh,
will
Auto
be able to
Shadow.
survive that. Yes, he does. Saramon as well, surviving through every single thing. But now they are left to defend their base without their goal laner. Can they make this happen? Do they have enough damage? They're going with the Feather Strike. The Lord getting chunked down very, very low. Crisis into the backline as well. Kori QT trying to make something work. But Haruka is trying his best to survive as well. A lot of damage being done here by Shenzu from the backlines. And Kimi might be the first one to fall down. And yes, it is Shenzu who takes down Kimi. Haruka still trying to survive everything that is being thrown at him. But look at the immobilization coming from Crisis as well. Shenzu goes in for the double. He goes in for a triple. He can take a Maniac right now. And yes, he will get the Maniac. Can he turn into a Savage right now? Because it's only Kyle that's
What?
remaining. And Shenzu will get the Savage of the Mythic Showdown Season 2. And with that, EVT have destroyed the base of NOC and taken that victory.
Man, oh man, what a game! What like I think from that fight where Team EVT kind of made the blunder, from there on they were like, hey, we need to pull up the gear for winning this games, and they did it, man. Like it was so aggressive, so aggressive from them, and every time they go in, and even a Savage from Shenzhou, man, he was like,
First
I think you
Savage,
know,
bro.
first Savage, and he was like, I wish like we could have the face cam onto his face. I was like, I know that he had the biggest smile, and I just remember something. A friend of mine, told Shenzhou that he smiles with his whole body. Like when he smiles, like he smiles with his whole body. Like his whole body moves. But ooh, Crisis, man, this. He was. I was kind of
Wait a
speechless to
minute.
begin with, but.
Wow. Crisis got 2 MVPs in a BO3. What is
Damn.
Crisis on right now? What is Crisis
Whatever,
on? He's
whatever
there.
they're feeding him, feed him more of that, man.
Yeah, definitely.
He's
They
good.
need more of that right now. But man, gotta give credit to Shenzhou as well. Look at the amount of gold that he had as well. He was definitely having a lot of gold. Very soon we'll see as well as to how much damage he dealt. And I do feel like that, Kimi was definitely dishing out one of the most damage. Of course, the thing is Esmeralda is going to sustain as well as dish out damage. But the thing is with a Kimi, you have to maintain the positioning as well. And I feel like he almost had a few pretty good stacks. I guess at least 50 definitely was there on his Sky
Maybe
Piercer.
more, maybe more. I think 60 plus for sure. Like
Yeah.
at the end, maybe.
Maybe I feel like as that as well. He definitely. But okay, taking a look at the emblem setups, just recap of that. And of course, Mr. Madara here taking the Wilderness Blessing along with the, I would say, agility as well,
Yeah.
allowing him to just move much more faster across the map. And that is exactly why even Kimi
you know
was
what?
the one.
You know what? He was taking the crossbow of Tang head on and walking away.
Yeah.
Like,
Yep.
like what do you do?
Yeah,
What do you
what
do
do you
about
do?
that?
Yeah, I mean, like, 1-1 was not really able to unlock his ultimate except while he was targeting Madara, right? And Madara was like, okay, then, come on, if you want to use your ultimate, I'm the only one that my team will give you. And yep, of course, he was letting him unlock his ultimate, but there was not enough damage. And take a look at that. A goal laner dishing out lesser damage. I mean, a marksman dishing out lesser damage than a fighter. That is not something that happens very often. But tonight it has happened because EVT have definitely shown their class. And Mr. Godspeed, I am really sorry for whatever I said before the draft, before heading into the
Sheesh.
match, because you have just shut my mouth up with that gameplay of yours. But yeah, gotta give credit to the rest of his team members as well, who were able to shut down every single member as well. Just having this Joy play the way it is supposed to be played by enabling him to do what he wants.
Absolutely. I
Oh.
think it was definitely the team's effort, but hey, look at Shenzhou, man. I think he smiles a bit better than that in real life.
Okay.
So W for him. But again, I also give props to Madara for giving so much peel for his team, because he was the front line. He was blocking the way with those walls so perfectly. The team could actually chase them down, and in some places you could see Godspeed was not the one who was just going after the team was making the low. He was the one who was flanking from behind when the enemies were running away towards their base. They thought they are safe, but you're never safe when Godspeed is lurking around. Maybe onto the Joy at least.
Yeah, and not gonna lie, man, I mean, Uranus, of course, taking a lot of damage, but the last match solo kill highlight was the X-Borg on the Hayabusa. In this match, the highlight is the Joy on the Uranus. I mean, imagine taking down a Uranus with a Joy. Like, that means the Joy was very fed. And with that, we have come to the end of the first match of the night. But the night has just begun. There are two more matches
Exactly.
coming up. And just to remind you, the next match is of Team SADUL. And when SADUL is there, you're going to get some boom bam action, because you know what Mortal says, boom bam nights, right? So yeah, we're going to get some boom bam nights the next match. But for now, we already have the winner of the first match. Elusivity are moving ahead and directly qualifying for the LAN. Meanwhile, Noctura have to take a longer path, but it's still not over for them as well. So yeah, gotta give credit here to Noctura for trying their best. But man, Elusivity just, I don't know, man, some different level of synergy. I did not really expect this Joy to work out, but the way it worked out, man.
True. I mean, like we already talked about it, like the synergy are just developing more and more for these newer teams, and they're reaching, I think, to the point that even the people who are already at the top, they need to even they need to push more towards, the consistency. I would say, like, if you're not consistent enough to actually, just perform in your games, I think the teams, these teams like them, they can easily take away games from you. Like they would not even think twice before, making those plays happen, because one, they are not afraid because they have been winning around a lot more, like if not winning, at least reaching the top 3, top 2, the grand finales, right? So that kind of confidence boost is really important. So you need to have that kind of thing for yourself. But again, EVT, GG, GG, well done, I would say. Congratulations on moving into the round robin, but the Mythic Showdown just begins from there, right? It's not over yet. There's a lot more work to do, but for NOC, they're not eliminated yet, so I think we will see them again for sure, but that would be the last time. If they lose out there, they're out. So it's gonna be tough, but like Fredo mentioned, there will be one more match. So do we look forward to it, Fredo, or do we just say, nah, that's a boring game? Is it so?
If you're not looking forward to SADUL playing, then why are you even watching the Mythic Showdown, bro? So yeah,
Isn't it?
Yeah, of course you're going to witness the next match, but do not forget, once again reminding everyone, 350 likes. When we reach 350 likes, 5,000 diamonds giveaway will unlock, and it is going to be given to how many number of people? How many number of people? You'll find that out when we come on the other side of the break. So stay tuned on War Drum Games. Mythic Showdown 2 will resume after a short break.
Do you think I'm crazy? I've done all this Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to another day of the Swiss Bracket at Mythic Showdown Season 2, presented to you by War Drum Games, collaboration with MOBA Esports India. And this is game number 2 into the day of the 2-1 bracket between none other than Team Soul Esports versus Yellowstone. This will be me, your caster Sarah, alongside the very talented and now back into the casting desk, Itami.
Hello, Sarah, and it feels good to be back after such a long time. We are back onto the casting decks, and of course, this is going to be the 2-1 bracket for Team Soul as well as Team Yellowstone. So, whichever team is going to be winning out onto this best of 3 series, they will be qualifying for the round robin. Meanwhile, the losing team will be going out onto the 2-2 bracket. So, a lot of things are going to be onto the stake for this match. And as Sarah has already mentioned it out, that Soul Esports already have 2 wins onto the name. They did, concede one of the losses against Team Shaked Shine, if I'm not wrong, and Team Yellowstone were the ones who lost against Team RNTX. So this actually made 2 of these teams to be meeting up onto this 2-1 bracket. So by far, I think the draft as well as the priority picks are going to be relying more onto the fighters, because it has been the fighter meta, not just onto the EXP, but also onto the gold lane. Because of the gold lane adjustments, we rarely do see the marksmen, because if you have the utility as well as the farming and the damage potential from the other lanes, the fighters are just going to be doing their zoning job. They will be the sustain as well as they will be dishing out some decent amount of damage, but most of the work will be done by the mid laners as well as the junglers. So the priorities will definitely be there from there.
Said, and I honestly couldn't agree with you more. The meta has completely shifted towards the fighters. Like, it's okay, some marksmen do work onto the gold lane. Harriet, he is like immortal, he never dies. You can flex him into any kind of draft, provided the situation favors it. And then there's Nathan, there's Granger and Eritel as well, who are still used into the gold lane. However, the pick percentage and the ban percentage of the fighters like Lapu Lapu, CC and Esmeralda are the highest of the gold lane. We will definitely be seeing picks move towards the first phase as the draft is going to start up in a few seconds. But not to mention, Yellowstone did lose out to Team Soul a few tournaments ago in a clean sweep, where Team SATWell did make it up to the upper bracket from the lower bracket, defeating Yellowstone. So of course, they will be looking for their revenge in this one, and so will be looking for a clean sweep once more to secure their spot into the round robin. And that is something which makes the entire storyline of this match really very interesting. So we'll have to see how this one goes for both of them, because whoever drops better, whoever gets the better of the fighters of the gold lane will take the win.
Exactly, and I actually would like to remind the viewers that the giveaway is still going on. So to be part of the giveaway, 200 likes has already been done. So once it reaches the 300 mark, the 5,000 giveaway, diamonds giveaway, will be unlocked. So in order to participate as well as in order to be eligible, you need to be more active onto the live chat. So from there, 50 viewers will be picked out and a total of 5,000 dice will be given away, and the winners will be announced onto the Discord servers as well. So make sure you are updated as well as you have joined the Discords as well. So I think slowly but surely we will be heading on to the draft as well, Sarah. So quick predictions. What could it be the priority picks for the side of Team Soul, also known as Team ABM before? So it is going to be most probably they like prioritizing the fighters onto the jungle as well. So I do expect Jeho going on with the fighter junglers, prioritizing it more compared to the assassins. And in terms of getting the objectives, the fighter jungler actually works out really well.
And Jay is one of those people who has recently picked up on the assassins. Like, he was generally good on all of the major junglers, whoever has been in the meta at whatever time he plays it. And right now it's the Yusum Shin and the Lancelot, and Team Soul does love to pick up on the Lancelot towards the first phase. And following that, they give Anti his pick and then Asuna so that the main heroes do not get banned out. It's usually Radium or J or Apex waiting it out to pour their picks on towards the fourth and fifth picks. Onto the hands of Yellowstone though, they definitely love giving Ricky and Lemonade their picks too, and it's followed by Ice or Warrior, and Skyzen is the one with that fifth pick. So we'll have to see how they decide to draft this one out, because whoever they give the first pick to is going to be making a lot of difference, not only in his lane but also during the team fights.
Yeah, exactly. And for Kai's, he likes prioritizing the Lancelot more, so it could be one of the priorities as well. And I think Vices as well as the Lancelot, even if they have been quite nerfed out, they have still been onto the priority list. You can go, if you have a Vices or maybe a Lancelot onto your side, it is easier for you to go out with the fighter go lane as well, because the Vices also does the marksman kind of a job, and it actually becomes a cherry on top if you have a mid laner as the Kimi as well. So these could be the priority picks for either of the sides, and the bans are also going to be mattering quite much, because whichever team who will be having the first pick advantage, I think they will be trying to prioritize most probably a fighter or maybe the hero that could do the job if the fighter gold lane is picked out, and if there is no one to dish out the damage and do the push priority that the team is going to be needing it out.
I think that is why the majority of the team fights after the 15-minute mark are just full on brawl. There's an Esmeralda jumping onto you, there's a dragon pushing onto your mage. So who are you going to protect? Are you going to look for a double backline comp where you have to protect both the marksman and the mage? That's not really very likely to be coming in from both these teams, because Asuna, he is a little bit reliant on Apex for the setups. They usually go for the Kalia and a mage who can burst them down. But however, if Asuna is on an independent mage like the Kagura or the Yeep or even the Kadita, he could be making plays of his own. Same goes for the side of Yellowstone as well. Savage Warrior loves to play the Kimi, the Farsa, and all he needs to do is just position well behind Ricky and Lemonade, and they would be doing an amazing job for themselves. And while we're at it, Itami, I'd like to give a huge shout out to our amazing moderators in the chat as well as the audience watching us live right now. So make sure to like, share, and subscribe, because the higher views you get, the better the chances are for the land to be at Guwahati. That's just an insider tips and tricks. So make sure you spread the word, because we all want the location to be something we like and something you like. So for that to happen, we would love your support. And while we are waiting for the teams to just show up, I believe that Yellowstone is a slightly bit delayed, but they'll be back soon.
Yeah. As soon as we get the update, we will directly move on onto the draft as well. And as Sarah has already mentioned, the land location, it is still going to be confirmed. So we will be waiting for the official announcement. But if we do want it happen to Guwahati, and if we do want that majority of the viewers will be able to actually come up and able to attend the LAN physically, then most probably Guwahati would have been a better let's say Guwahati would have been a comfortable spot. But let's just not talk about it, because this is still the online phase, and we will be focusing on to the fact that which 4 teams will be qualifying for the LAN event, which is going to be held on to December. It is going to be onto the 3rd as well as onto the 4th week of December. So a lot of things are going to be onto the stake, and I actually would like to say the fact that India has been developing really a lot compared to last year onto the esports scene, especially onto MOBA 5v5, because compared to the previous tournaments, this is one of the biggest that is going on, and it has the biggest prize pool. So most of the teams, they will be trying to make a name for themselves as well as for their side. And who knows, like India, onto the near future, they will be getting the international opportunity that they actually been anticipating for all these years. So I would like to remind our viewers as well that you need to be sharing the stream as much as possible. Make aware of the fact that you actually love the game and you are here to make the community grow as well. So finally, we are here onto the drafting phase. Sarah, this time looks like it will be Team Soul who will be having the first pick priority. So, in your predictions, what could be the bans?
I mean, they would definitely be banning out on something like Jukshin. The Grok, since it's a flying cloud map, could work out well. Maybe ban out the Yuzhong unless Anti wants to play it out himself. They could ban out the Kimi possibly as well, but we'll have to see. Right now, we can't really predict whatever is going to be happening because it's just the first few seconds and they seem to be taking their time, thinking this through, and it would work out for both the teams at least in the first phase, no matter what they ban out. They just have to strategize it and time the bans in the correct order. And yeah, the first one is going to be a better project.
Yeah, Gatot followed by a CC. So TC being a flex and Gatot mostly going on onto the roam. These are the bans that has been prioritized from either of the sides. I think Apex as well, he doesn't want to actually prioritize or maybe forced out the pick to Gatot. So he is going for the safer side and just banning out the Gatot pitcher for their side would be a better option so that they are quite versatile with the picks as well. And the Alice, it's mostly the fighters as well as the roamers who have been getting mostly onto the priority list. Junglers, it is kind of rare unless that person is actually spamming the jungle as well as making a huge difference with the role. That is one of the reasons why jungle could have been quite much of a priority, but we have already discussed it out. It is a fighter meta, so it is mostly the sustains that are getting mostly onto the priority onto the ban list as well as onto the picks.
Well said. And here Yellowstone, they have banned out on the Lancelot, like we were mentioning. Jay just kind of flexing his Lancelot onto the majority of the game so far. And Soul, on the other hand, they've taken out the Karukacha as well as the Alice, possibly the Jokshin or the Kimi next. Oh, it's going to be Lapu Lapu, my bad. They're just going to ban out on the EXP laners, not wanting to give Ricky his signature Lapu. There's still the Esmeralda though, and he could definitely go for it, but in that situation, Anti would go in for something like the Arlot or the Uranus, like he has been playing in some of the games. Yellowstone though, they kind of need to ban out on the Hayabusa or the Kimi or the Kadita or the Kalia. They've got 4 options, or maybe even the Grok. Like those 4 to 5 heroes are something which Soul likes to play consistently, and they do it consistently well. So we'll have to see how that one goes. Yellowstone though, they've got a 2-match disadvantage since the server will be Mumbai continuously for the 2 games, since Yellowstone did show up late and it was a penalty for them. So they will have to draft accordingly. Most probably send Kais on some kind of a fighter jungle and helps Kaizen farm up. But that's the only hope they've got for the late game. But here though, like we mentioned, you either ban the Grok or you pick it, and of course it's going to be the Grok getting picked up by the side of Soul.
Yeah, and it is one of the signature picks for Apex as well. Not just the hero, but the Grok has been quite of a priority onto the pick side once after he got the revamp. So he has been much more priority onto the roam. EXP Grok was also possible, but it is super rare to see an EXP Grok, especially onto the tournament. So I think to counter out the Grok, I feel like a Valentina could also be a good option, but Valentina, it is kind of rare. It's just like if you just pick it out for the Grok, then it's not going to be working. And considering the fact being a mid laner, you will be requiring something that is going to be dishing out continuous kind of a damage, or maybe just dragging out the utilities with the pokes, which could be the role that Jushin is able to fulfill out quite well. So the Jushin as well as the Yuzhong has been prioritized from the side of Team Yellowstone. But meanwhile, Soul will instantly respond with the Eve. It's kind of fixed, but the vices as well, even after the nerfs, the guy is still really strong. And Jay will be the one who will be prioritizing that hero. If onto the good hands, if gets the good farm, the guy is going to be an absolute nuisance, especially onto the late game.
True. And he has got the front lining from the Grok, he's got the zone up from the Eve, plus he's got a ping advantage as compared to Kais. Kais would like to pick up the Hayabusa for himself. It does work out pretty well in this comp. Can mark down the Ascension, can mark down the Eve, and whatever gold lane Radium goes for, unless he of course goes into the Esmeralda. But I mean, you've got a server disadvantage, and we saw in the previous round that Kai's on Hayabusa didn't exactly work out for Yellowstone, so they'll have to reconsider their picks, but nope, it is the Hayabusa after all.
I feel like Haya once again getting prioritized. So this time, Haya like on to a higher MS, it is going to be quite hard compared to having the server advantage for your side. Is not going to be working out as much as Team Soul has the advantage because they have the advantage onto the server. So they will be able to move more flexibly onto the map, as well as getting the objectives would be a major major plus point. So hopefully they will be able to live up onto that expectation. We are here already onto the second banning phase, and I think the gold lane as well as the exp lane are still open for the side of Team Soul. Meanwhile, for the side of Team Yellowstone, it's still the gold and the golden as well as the roam actually for the side of Team Yellowstone. So bans would be done accordingly to that.
Yellowstone here, they can still lock in onto the Ruby for the, what was it? The gold lane. Yeah, the Ruby onto the gold lane. They've also got they've got this Kaizen's Granger for the gold lane. So those are the two options he has right now and what he has been playing so far. While Lemonair, his Kalia is online, his chip is online, the Toddo has been taken out, the Khalid taken out as well. So and the Kalia, of course, it gets taken down. So what exactly can Lemonair be playing here? He needs to frontline. It's a Hayabusa onto the jungle. You need another frontline along with the Black Dragon. So he definitely needs to lock in onto a pure tank. No supports are going to be working out. While onto the hands of Soul, they still need an EXP laner. Could lock in on the Alor. Oh, the Alor is going to work wonders against the Yuzhong. Definitely anti if he can play that out. Radium, meanwhile, could just experiment and go for a Uranus jungle once more. And if he's in the mood for something simple, he could just lock in one of his signature marksmen. That just works out for them.
Yeah, Arlet actually against the Yuzhong, especially onto the early game, when once Yuzhong doesn't have the spells, not the spells actually, the build, if he doesn't have the defense, then it actually can work out really well against the Yuzhong. So it could be a matter of time that Radium as well can just go out for his signature marksman, maybe even a Granger could work, but this is not a dangerous grasp, but still a Hilda has been prioritized. So it is going to be quite skeptical onto that. But okay, a Ruby is coming up from Radium apparently, and Anti is still taking his time. Okay,
Yep.
interesting enough. Is it a Uranus gold lane? It actually could be.
I mean, they could swap it out, but then again, I think that after the loss to Sacred Shrine, they probably just kind of decided not to go for the Uranus on the gold lane. And
Yeah.
Anti will be playing it on the XP. But decent pick coming in from Skyzen there. The X-Bog definitely works out against the Ruby and Uranus both. But the only issue would be the late game when Asuna has the Wishing Lantern and the Firaga armor gets bursted down in a few seconds. And that at that point of time, Kaizen will really have to manipulate through every single nook and cranny of the map to find his way into a team fight, because otherwise Soul is just gonna be bursting him down every single time and he's gonna be forced to recall, not being able to join the team fights, and Yellowstone might just lose out there.
Yeah, and I think draft-wise, Soul does have the server advantage, but Yellowstone as well, they did out pretty well, and it will be coming up onto the execution as well as how much objective will the Hayabusa be able to get once it comes to the turtles as well as onto the lot fight. It is going to be mattering the most. Leminar can do that poking job. He can get out the visions for their side. So sustain wise as well, both of the teams, they have gone for the sustainable kind of a draft, and Skyzen's farm is going to be mattering the most. And I most probably think Savage Warrior will be trying to get the Sky Piercer as soon as possible onto the Jushin so that the passive could be popped up and he will be able to acquire some kills as well as the executions could be done. So draft wise, it does looks out pretty balanced, and execution wise, we will be finding out really soon onto the game number one. For the match number two, it is going to be a 2-1 bracket match between Team Soul and Yellowstone once again. So I actually would like to remind the viewers once again that the giveaway is still going around for the 5,000 diamonds, and here we are finally onto the Land of Dawn, Team Soul taking the left, and Team Yellowstone onto the right. So a best of three series to prove who is going on onto the round robin.
This is just the beginning of the excitement that we all have been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen. Soul on to the blue side, while Yellowstone would be on to the red. Both junglers going to be starting off on their blue buffs, the tanks opening up the space for their mid laners, and the gold lanes, as well as the EXP for the first time, just going to be rolling it out into this new meta. No more marksmen to be seen here and there, and it's just the marksman onto the mid and the jungle instead. So interesting picks and bans and a bit of a skirmish from Kai's onto Asuna there. He's gonna be backing off with the shadows.
Yeah, and they're just focusing on to getting the level 4 mark as soon as possible before the turtle. So I think both of the teams, they will not be trying to over engage onto any team fights. And look at the priority emblems there. So YSS is definitely going out for the assassin emblem. He will try to be the hyper carry for the side of his team. And look at Skyzen as well. He got the tank emblem actually with the Festival of Blood. So the sustain will definitely be there. Lemonade onto a bad position, but still he will be able to just escape it out. And it looks like a major team fight won't be coming up before the turtle.
The fact that the Ruby as well as the Xbox are fighting it out so that Ruby can take down Xbox armor, Xbox trying to take down Ruby's HP, while onto the EXP, both of the junglers are looking for a possible engage. Jay though just trying to secure the small creeps a bit to get that EXP advantage. Though, however, Mountain Shocker here gonna be coming in on the Ricky, and he just gets bursted out by 4 people, and the Mountain Shocker on to go Kai's this time. That disadvantage giving SHUL that amazing lead on the early game. Lemon as well forced to flicker out right under his tier 1 under the 3-minute mark though. That is definitely convincing for the side of SHUL.
Yeah, 2 for none as well as the turtle. So, a big opening right before the turtle had to be contested for the side of Team Yellowstone. So, it is giving Team Soul the advantage that they need already. A good head start already for the side of Team Soul, and I think they will be trying to gank up onto Skyzen by far, but still he is aware of the fact that the backup is coming around for Radium onto the side, and God guys, he will be trying to focus more onto the farm. Team Yellowstone should be finding out the openings as soon as possible, or else the lead is just going to be extending it out. Look at the EXP battle just going around, Anti versus Ricky, and there would have been the petrify, then maybe the kill would have been done, but off cam Radium gets a kill onto Lemonade.
Very good work coming in from Radium there. And the backup, of course, the backup from Apex and Asuna did matter a lot. So, it was just a, what was it called? A planned gank onto the goal lane. And now that's going to be into the EXP. Ricky is a bit of a pinch here. He needs to back off as much as possible. Lemonade trying to mark down Asuna, but he's smart enough to back off with the movement buff from his first kill. He's gonna poke them and come back. That's Asuna for you. While Yellowstone, they need to figure out a way to reach down Asuna as well as Jay if they want to take any team fights for themselves. But here we go. Another Mountain Shower comes in. Easy early kills for Yes and Shen here. Things would not look good for the side of Yellowstone, giving away a 2.5k goal lead under the 5-minute mark. That is something huge.
Exactly, and it's only 4 minutes onto the mark, so the goal lead is more extending for the side of Team SATUL, and looks like the turtle will also be prioritized from Jay as soon as possible. He might be trying to go out for another kill onto Lemonade. He uses the flicker just to escape.
Oh, come on. Almost thought that. Oh God. These EXP laners. Flicker for flicker. Oh, it's the Petrify. Petrify for flicker. But Anti though. Quadrado kill. And the shurikens. Enough for Kai to finally secure a kill. But another mounted chopper on the top side. Firaga armor gets bursted out. Lasting Insanity comes in at the right moment. But is he gonna make it out alive? Tectonic charge as well as the armor set from Ruby. Radiant trying to look for some damage. He doesn't have the damage right now, but Apex would be enough to secure the kill. The Radiant gonna. Oh my goodness! The spell vamp from the Ruby. Insane. While Asuna secures a kill onto Hayabusa onto the bottom lane. Mage jump. Ah my goodness. Mage killing his jungler. Amazing work. That's Asuna, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep. And for onto the top, the skirmish was still there, but it will be a 3-for-1 trade for the side of team. Once again, Team SATUL having the advantage. And look at the itemization. They already prioritize the dominance ice for the side of Team SATUL. So it is understandable because it is the Yuzhong as well as the Xborg. So sustain wise, it will be helping them out a lot. And onto the fact that the Ruby will be requiring the Fury Hammer as well in order to dish out some decent amount of damage to take down Skies, and uses the last insanity just to go back, and that will be him just recalling it out, maybe to just go back onto the base. But okay, the team fight might be coming up.
Yep, Tectonic Charge plus Mount of Chakra combo comes into clutch. Lemonade caught out a bit into that range. Real one manipulation going to be enough to knock him down, but he runs away alive. Finally, the Hilda surviving. Skyzen meanwhile trying to defend his tier 1 onto the top side, while Team Soul just locking down the mid tier 1, the most important turret of the game. Gonna be giving them a lot of map advantage again.
Yeah, and they might be trying to look a fight. Oh, the Crimson Beacon was used out by Savage Warrior in order to just escape out the walls of the Grok. Yuzhong uses a Black Dragon Form. Maybe a team fight might be coming up, but engaging for the side of Team Yellowstone might be quite impossible for the fact they don't have the lead and they don't have the itemization for their side. Team Soul might be trying to prioritize onto the objective. Jay gets the solo kill onto Kai's.
Lemonade though, Flicker, ultimate. Oh my goodness, Lemonade. He wanted that revenge for Kai so bad. He's gonna sacrifice his own life to 4 other people trying to take down Jay. And I guess, I mean, fair in a way, you can give away a tank.
Oh no, oh no.
Oh my goodness, Asuna so smart with the real manipulation, and the Tectonic Charger on the mid side will definitely find a kill onto Ricky. Savage Warrior also getting knocked up every single second. Like, he just can't use the Lantern Flare for more than 2 seconds at a stretch. That goes to say how much of crowd control is coming in from the side of SATUL. Again, the arm upset bursts down the Faraga armor. Just complete domination right now.
Yeah, looking at the goal difference as well, it is completely scaling out for the side of Team SATUL, and Team Yellowstone yet to find a proper opening. Lemonade trying to get some visions, but he might just get poked down onto the fact they will just be going back. Oh, I'm offended comes up as well as the team fight.
Oh my goodness. Of course, Hayabusa tries to go in for the quad shadow kill. He doesn't have the shadows anymore. He's trying to mark down Asuna. Has to back off. Black Dragon comes in. Asuna doesn't have the flicker here. He's gonna get taken down by Savage Warrior. And now Anti trying to go in for something more. He is looking. He has to sustain. Ricky though is trying to gain as much passive as possible. But with the stuns coming in from the Grok as well.
Oh.
And Anti is not gonna be able to survive that. Giving away a killing spree to a Grok. And now there comes the invade. The walls here as Kais gets locked down inside the wall. Is gonna be taken down very low. Misses out on the blue buff. Anti will be the one securing it. Lemonade trying to go in for something more. Lantern Flare onto Apex. Unable to knock him back. And both the teams trying to look for a disengage though. However, Skyzen still chasing down Apex. Will finally just try to run away. But damn upset! Radium onto the bot side. Finds the kill onto Hayabusa with a flicker.
Oh my god. Flicker play completely worth it. Getting out the junglers for their side. Skyzen uses, oh no, not uses, but the Firaja armor will be popped down. Loses the immortality. He might just lose out once again the Firaja armor and he will be able to go back. But for the cost of the immortality, looks like the Lord will be spawning onto the next few minutes. But look at the replay onto that fight. They did took out most of the members for the side of Team Yellowstone onto that team fight. Skyzen did lose out onto the immortality. Once again, the trades going out better for the side of Team Soul, and the goal lead, it's just extending.
And I mean, it's Soul after all. They're not giving any space for even Lemonade to scout things. And yeah, that was the instant reply. I thought, why is the same thing happening again for a moment? However, on to the live view now. Apex is in a bit of a pinch here. He has to back off. But Ricky though, not gonna be able to sustain all that damage. Lemonade as well, very low. Jay gets a double. Asuna trying to find down Savage Warrior, lock him down inside his RWM. Still has it online. Anti completely zoning away. 3 people dead. Only the only the Jukshin out here alive. Real manipulation. Flicker is out, makes it out alive, but Inhibitor is already down without even taking Lord.
Yeah, and Inhibitor being down as well as the Lord is already up. So this is not looking good for the side of Team Yellowstone at all. Looks like Team SATWell, they will not be wasting any more further time. Anti is trying to buy out some time for their team. And look at the level ranking. YSS compared to Hayabusa, he already got 2 level per, and I most probably think he has the advantage onto the gold rankings as well. It will be the uncontested Lord going out for the side of Team Soul, and only the inhibitor remaining for the side of Team Yellowstone. So the defense is definitely going to be tough, considering the fact how well Team Soul are able to sync up onto the lanes. They will be trying to look out for the fights, but looks like they will just be going back, and it would be better for the side Savage Warrior. Oh,
My
he just escaped.
goodness, so close, but the RWM is so perfect, and the fact. And
Oh.
like, why is Yellowstone just gathering up so close inside the RWM just to die like that? I said you well with the tectonic charge. 3 people caught out in the middle of it. Ricky tried to catch Jay, but he is himself in danger here. Jay finds the kill with the basic attack. Oh, it's gonna be Asuna while Apex onto the back line finds Savage Warrior. Lord charging down the mid lane. The 3 waves of minions crushing down into their baits. 4 men down. SATUL are gonna take the win here. The base is theirs. The victory is theirs. That's a 1-0 coming in from the hands of SATUL Esports into the first game of the best of 3.
Absolutely dominating performance, and it will be Team Soul getting the first game, and they are just, they just didn't just win out the game, they just made out the statement as well that even if they are onto the 2-1 brackets, they are still a strong contender. And to the fact that Team Yellowstone as well, they were onto the 2 consecutive wins, and they conceded a loss against RNTX. So here they are onto the brackets, but Seoul with an absolutely dominating performance. It is giving out the deja vu of the previous tournament that happened, and the MVP is going to be none other than Apex onto his signature grog. So it was kind of expected, considering the fact he only did fell down once, and the tectonic charge as well as the walls were up to the point, making sure none of the enemies as well as for the side of Team Yellowstone would have been able to escape.
Exactly. So, you know what? The situation is the fact that Team SATUL has such a huge advantage just because of the Grok and the Eve pick that they definitely managed to get that zone so well for the Ascension that he was able to do all the work, just rotating around the map, getting the mountain chopper wherever necessary, and finding those kills, which gave SATUL such a huge lead. Yellowstone, meanwhile, they faced the issue because 90% of their heroes were melee, and the Juxin can't even reach so far with her Lantern player. The moment she tried to, Grok was there to knock her up and dismantle the Lantern player's passive. So nobody from the side of SATUL really faced that kind of issues just because of the Juxin. And of course, there's the nerfs. No hate to raise vibe, guys, but it's just nerfed and it doesn't work out that well against an Eve with such a huge range.
Exactly, and I think it was onto the execution part as well that the first turtle fighter did came up for both of the sides, and Team Soul Esports were immediately able to find a 2-for-none, and they went out directly for the objectives, making sure that Team Yellowstone won't be finding any opening, and they just ended up extending the lead, and it just followed around to the fact that it only took 1 lot for the side of Team Soul Esports to just end out the game. So looking at the game stats, yep, it is going to be Apex taking on the MVP, and Team Yellowstone, not able to find the opening. They will be losing out the game number 1, but they will be trying their best, trying to make up a reverse sweep. But looking at the scenario, it is Team Soul who are having the upper hand.
Exactly, and honestly, like we said, Jay here though dealing way more damage as compared to Godkais, while Asuna and Savage Warrior somewhat equal. Like Asuna just has like 2k more in terms of gold, but in terms of damage, Juxin is at a 25k while Asuna is at 70k, so that is making an impact. Even on the roam, Hilda is supposed to be a damage dealing tank, but it is actually the Grok who dealt more of the damage, and Hilda is the one who sustained, sure, but what is a sustain going to do if you cannot protect your teammates? And Anti, of course, the GOAT, he is just there onto the EXP. He can just stand in front of the enemy and they'll just kind of back off. That's just the impact of the Uranus into your draft?
Yeah, Uranus is known as the flying fountain as well. So he is known for the healings as well as the sustain he does onto the team fights. So anti being anti, he will be the most sustained person sustaining. But the sandbag is going to be Lemonade onto this game. The carry is going to be Asuna onto the Eve, and of course Jay had a lot of farm advantage because of the kills, early game kills, as well as the farm he was able to match up with. So it will be him, and the wingman, of course, Apex will be the one with also 5 kills onto his name, and he will be the MVP. He will be the MVP for this game. So the game too, it is going to be a lot risky for the side of Team Yellowstone because of they already have 1 point disadvantage. So once again, it is going to be the Mumbai server, and it is going to be quite advantageous for the side of Team Soul. So let's see what's going to be actually happening onto the second game. In my predictions, priority kind of target bans are not going to be happening, but I do expect the grok going on onto the ban section this time.
Like, we hope the grog goes into the ban section this time because, like, giving away a grog into this draft, what are you exactly even thinking? I don't know. Like, either you pick it or you ban it. Like, what the hell? Just don't leave it open, man. Because you saw what kind of impact a pure tank with a walls in front of you can do. Man got the MVP. That says a lot about the side of Soul. Of course, Asuna was there, constant poke damage, and Yi was just so amazing with the Grok itself. Slow down, knock up, and then there's the Yi forcing you to recall every 2 minutes. Yusunshin landed the Mountain Chakras perfectly. Radiant with the flicker. I'm upset plays. That solo kill onto the Hayabusa on the bot side. Definitely highlight worthy. And Anti, being Anti, just standing in front of them and soaking up, being everything of a sandbag that he can be. Yellowstone as well, they had a good draw, but somehow they just lacked range as compared to the Ascension and the Eve combo. So they just kind of lost out the team fights where they could have won. So if they do keep that in mind, it should be working out for them. But before we jump into the draft stage, Itami, which we already have, I'd just like to give a shout out to our moderator C and my beloved friend Daki. So since they've been asking for it, this one's for you guys. But however, back into the draft. What kind of bands do you think we'll be seeing, Itami?
Yeah, like I've already said it out, the draft, the grok could be a priority ban for the side of Team Yellowstone, or maybe Team Soul will just directly ban out the grok. They don't want Yellowstone to prioritize that hero because he was, the main impact maker for the side of Team Soul. So it could be quite happening. And for the side of Team SATUL, once again, they are just going out for the regular draft. It is looking pretty similar compared to the previous one because the Alice as well as the CC, they were both onto the banning phase. Like they were already onto the ban sections. So I think it is looking out pretty similar, but there could be kind of differences. The Lancelot could once again be onto the ban list, and if he's not, definitely that guy is going to be onto the pick priority.
Well, and the Alice getting taken out by Yellowstone, I believe, is just a respect ban for the side of SATUL because Anti, he plays the Alice so well. Like every single Throne of Ruin at least lands onto 2 of the enemies. So they just want to completely take that off the board and not provide any extra issues to Ricky than he's already facing right now. SATUL though, banning out on the CC, will ban out on the Gadol Kaja most possibly next since they had done it in the previous game as well. The Kimi might get taken out and might even, the Kalia could be prioritized. And they could be banning out on the Lancelot just to, like not let Kai's pick up that hero.
Yeah, that could be the priority as well. But Ricky, it looks like Ricky won't be prioritizing the Yuzhong 2 onto his hand. So the hero that has been picked out previously will be backed, even if it was not favorable for the side of Team Yellowstone. They did went out for the Yuzhong, but unfortunately the game didn't go out for their favor. So it looks like the Yuzhong as well as the Lapo could also be mostly onto the ban priority list, and if he's not, then they will be trying to prioritize him onto the gold or maybe onto the exp lane because he is a flex pick. We are seeing the Lapu gold as well, and mostly it is team Sacred Sign who are prioritizing the Lapu onto the gold. It could be quite possible, but yeah, I was expecting the Grok to get banned, and this game we won't be seeing the guy making those walls and making those difference plays, but instead it is going to be something else for Apex onto his hands.
The Grok was something that Seoul did not want for either themselves or Yellowstone. Like, no risk, we don't want to give you the Grok since you have the first pick. We will give you the Lancelot because we saw that Jay can, just pick Kai's off pretty easily with Apex's help right there. However, they don't want to give the Grok. It's just that kind of a threat. Even the Hilda is a little bit open in this game. It could be played because of the expanding river buff during the Lord and the neutral objective fights where the Hilda could just mark down your damage dealer. But Yellowstone here, taking out the Lapu Lapu could definitely work out for them because Lapu is one of those heroes onto the goal lane who just doesn't die. Early War Axe, early Hunter Strike with the wings, very irritating to take him down unless you have a very good Shredder DPS onto your team. SA2L last ban coming in from them. The Kimi, the Kalia, the Jukshin, and the Lancelot or the Hayabusa are their choices right now. What exactly do you think they might prioritize?
Oh,
Kimi.
Kimi. There you go. Sarah is going to be predicting most of the draft as well as onto the bans. So looks like the Jushin is open. So Yellowstone, maybe Savage Warrior will be trying to prioritize the Jushin once again. Maybe they are going to be thinking that Jay could prioritize the fighter junglers, but like Sarah has already mentioned that he has been adapting with the assassin junglers as well. He does like picking out the fighters, but when it comes to the team fight composition, he can be risking it out all out with those assassin plays. So Yellowstone having the first pick, a lot of options are still open. Esme is open, and the other options are also open. So I think Lancelot could actually be the priority, but one disadvantage for the side of Team Yellowstone is if they pick out the Lancelot, the server is not onto their side, but still they will be risking it out and they will not be giving Jay the Lancelot. Apparently, Kais will be the one who will be prioritizing his signature pick.
True, and the Lancelot does work out pretty well for him. Even with the server disadvantage, I think that he should be able to play it well. However, the only issue would lie if Anti here picks up on the Phobius and Apex decides to go in for the Hilda or the Khalid or the Kalia. Like, that's going to be too many CCs for a Lancelot to handle. Of course, Yellowstone could go in for the Esmeralda then for themselves, but then Soul would go in for the Lunox, and it's just going to be a 50-50, one hero countering another. So, or C2L could just say, let us go, leave everything, we're just gonna lock in on the Eve. Good mid lane advantage right there. Anti could go in for the...
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
I'll just
Okay.
be surprised. No worries.
Got it. Yeah, of course. Amartys coming up. So early game, if he gets the snowball, the guy is going to be an absolute nuisance, and they do have the early game control. Let's say against a Lancelot, it might not just work out, but against utility kind of a draft, it definitely does work out because Martis, he has a lot of damage right from the start of the game without relying onto his items. Directly can go for the Sky Piercer as well, being the first item priority, but it is on to the hands of Jay. So he will be trying to acquire as much kills as possible. That is the only way the Martis is going to be working out. And I think it was Team RNTX as well who picked it out. Picked the Martis out against Team Yellowstone, and I think Joseph was able to get a maniac as well with the hero.
I mean, RTX was seen playing the Martyrs pretty well. Who knows, maybe Anti and Jay are going to swap heroes at one point, but if it is Anti onto the EXP with the Martyrs, it does work out for them. And just for the fact that they're going to have 3-2 knockups every single team fights just because of the second skill, and then there's the first skill to just lock them in place. And the decimation, of course, but the Skypiers is going to run around the entire map like a maniac guy for a reason. But that's fine. Soul here. Last pick onto the first phase. What is it going to be? The
Oh
Oh
my god.
goodness.
Oh
It's a
my
rank
god.
game for them, guys. It's a rank game. Good night.
Oh wow. Yeah. I was not actually anticipating a Martis EXP, but there you go, Sarah. You got your wish, and that is going to be a Martis onto the EXP. But It is kind of a gamble, if you ask me, because Eamon is also quite early game dependent kind of a hero. He can do a lot of contribution for your team right from the start of the game. So does the Martis, but you don't have the sustainability. And if you are going up against a utility kind of a draft, then maybe Yellowstone would be having that kind of an advantage. But it's all onto the execution. And the second banning phase, like the second banning phase has already started. They decided to ban out the Jushin, and they are not taking any risk. They don't want they don't want the woman to just drag you out when you're involving yourself onto the team fights. The Hylos is also getting banned from the side of Team Yellowstone. I rarely see actually Apex using out the Hylos, but it could have been quite of a priority. It could have given out Team SATUL the movement speed advantage once he uses out the Glorious Pathway, but for this game, it is not going to be possible. And they went out for the Kadita ban as well. So Seoul are aware of the fact that they don't have the sustainability, at least onto the early phases of the game, and they are risking it out with the Martis EXP already revealing it out. But it's all depends upon how well they execute it onto the early game.
Truly, and the fact that Yellowstone still has the last ban for themselves, maybe they might want to ban out on the Khalid. Very good pick along with the Yeep once again. They could take out the Kalia as well, does work out with Amon as well as the Martis, or they could. What exactly can they ban?
Oh
Yeah,
my
it's just
god.
gonna be that. It's just gonna be the Khalid. And as for picks, though, Soul here, Radium. Is he gonna lock in onto his classic Granger? He might. Or if he's in the mood for some fun, he could just go in for the Amon switch up along with Jay and go for the Amon gold lane. That we'll have to see what he does. Apex though, he is a bit of a more of a chill guy. He'll go for a standard pick. Hopefully the Kalia comes in or the chip comes in. Instant burst along with Amon's ultimate, and Yellowstone, they need their gold lane as well as a mage. Lunox could work out, the Farsa would not. Amon is just gonna hunt you down, and for the gold lane, what
Oh,
did I tell
oh,
ya? What did I tell ya? It's the chip, and okay. Yellowstone, last two picks, Atami. I'll leave the predictions to you this time.
Sarah is just exposing SATUL at this point. When just hire her, she's gonna be, analyzing most of the drafts, and she will be using it against you. So okay. Anyways, Yellowstone finally they do have two picks onto their priorities. The Golden Esmeralda is still possible, but they went out with a Xavier and against an Amon. You could be quite marked out. And if it was against a utility, if you didn't have the movement, then Xavier could have been a great pick. But against an Neiman, there is a high possibility you just get marked out, and you need to time out the flicker perfectly on time in order to move out from the ultimate. So it is going to be quite dicey, but looks like it is an Esmeralda gold lane, not the gold lane. Actually, it could be onto the EXP lane, but Kaizen will be locking on the Ruby, and SAT will be having the final pick. But the question is, will Radium go out with a marksman, or will he try to prioritize a, a fighter onto the goal lane? That is going to be the main question here. But SATUL, with an orthodox kind of a drought, finally went out with an Xbox. Okay, it's not going to be a marksman, but let's just say I think it is an EXP Martis. So yeah, we'll see
Yeah.
onto this match.
Yeah, we'll see. Like, like the moment the ruby was picked up, I was just looking at the screen
Yeah.
and thinking, Radium, Xbox Gold, And the moment you picked it up, I was like, all smiles into the
Okay.
screen because, yeah, I could just read them like that, but it's fine. It's a standard pick. Anyone could do that. No worries, guys. I'm not a hacker. It's all good. And that completes the draft for both of these teams. Yellowstone with a very standard and strong draft. Only the Xavier pick would have to play it out very safe against the Eve and the Namon. SATUL, meanwhile, a very unorthodox draft, but somehow it's Jay and Auntie. Let's see what they do with those two. Let's just not be scared, guys. It's a Martis and an Namon. It's fine.
Yeah, and Martis will not be having that much of a sustain onto the EXP lane compared to the other heroes that could have been the priority. Something we don't see quite often. The Martis is getting prioritized onto the EXP lane, so the sustain is definitely not there. But it kind of evened out with the Xbox pick, and against a Ruby, it works out really wonders. Savage Warrior has the Xavier for his side, but Xavier, it is high kind of a chance that he could be marked out by the Amon quite often. So positioning is going to be mattering quite much for the side of Team Yellowstone onto this game. This is going to be a do or die for them. But meanwhile, Team Soul, they are on already onto a match point. So if they are able to win this one, they will be making their way onto the round robin. And if Yellowstone just concedes the loss, then they will be moving on to the 2-2 brackets. It will still not be over for them, but they would actually try to at least get 1 or 2 games onto the series going up against the likes of Team Soul. But here we are already onto the loading screen. I actually would not ask Sarah to which draft do you like it better. It is all going to be depending upon how well they utilize onto the early game, as well as Apex, how well he uses those teleportation plays.
Yeah, and the fact that you decided to skip asking me about the draft is actually good, because from a very standard, unbiased, completely very traditional point of view, Yellowstone wins the draft 100%.
Yeah.
Only the mid lane disadvantage of it because of the range, but other than that, Yellowstone wins it out hard. But SHUL, being known for the the hero picks that they have right now, I think those people are just gonna be, just getting the kills everywhere. Like, there's nothing you can say about them, no matter how good the enemy draft is. And while we discuss that, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn once more. Game number 2, SHUL at a 1-point advantage in a best of 3 at match point. That means they just need to win this one out for a clean sweep. Or is Yellowstone gonna be able to take away a victory for themselves with the strong draft that they have right now and settle for the tiebreaker on towards the third game? This will be me, Sarah, onto the casting desk alongside Itami. Itami, take the stage.
Yep, and for now it's just the basic rotations, as well as Leminar is already quite low onto the HP. Apex is already trying to invade it out. Try was trying to get out the blue, but he will be able to get enough vision that will be making him go onto the level 4 mark as soon as possible. And looking at the priority emblems, of course, interesting enough, he has the marksman. Apex has the weakness finder. What was it called? It is the weakness finder, right? It is still the tank emblem, but the weakness finder will be prioritized from the chip. Something I don't see quite often. It is kind of experimental, but it is Apex after all. So he wouldn't have mistaken it out. And looks like the priorities will be done, and it could just be a plan as well. Asuna, look at the pokings he's doing, even after the round. So aggressive, so confident.
Truly, and the fact that Apex has the weakness finder makes it so very useful into the team fights, because after landing his first kill, whoever is in the range, whether it be 1 or 5 of the members of Yellowstone, they are going to get stunned as well as slowed down because of the weakness finder. It counts every single basic attack. So that's a smart move right there, and it would be working out for them pretty well if they get the setup in that way. But God Kites though, good position here. Both anti-Asuna are coming in from the same way. Apex doesn't spot Kais, but Kais has to flicker out. No Thunderous for him, neither the puncture. He needs to back off. Should be a free and easy lord, but the Dawning Light comes in and we're gonna be taking them low. Oh, there we go. So Revo comes in from Amon, but Anti with the decimation onto Lemonade, finding the kill instantly. Looking for one more. Kais goes down. Asuna to the back line, a bit of a danger here. Needs to back off, but no, Ricky gets the first blood onto Asuna right there with his basic attack. But Anti with the triple, looking for the fourth. But Sky is in, and Savage Warrior are gonna go back to the safety of the tier 1 onto the mid lane.
1 for 3, it was a triple for the Martes as well as the turtle for the side of Team Soul. So it is kind of giving the deja vu from the previous match. It was a 2 for none, but Team Soul once again having the advantage, and Martes, like he was supposed to do, have the early game advantage. Oh, there's a teleportation out to Ricky. He goes down. It will be a mega decimation being used out. Lemonade getting chased out, but he will be able to escape it out somehow. Once again, the trade for the side of Team SHUL.
Very aggressive and very demure gameplay coming in from the side of SHUL, as they like to say, Gen Z. But however, but Yellowstone here, they are losing momentum so early. It's almost surprising. Like, they have been doing so well, but somehow now they're just so out of form, unfortunately. Or is it just SHUL who's better? We never know. call them better and they tell you names. However, Yellowstone really needs to find a way to take either Amon down or take Radium down if they want to burst down the Firagam and win any team fight. But it's like no matter who you take down, there's other four coming in for the backup and they can still win the team fight with one man down.
Yeah, exactly. And Radium is getting quite poked down, uses the Dawning Light from the hands of Savage Warrior, but he will be able to just escape it out. Loses the Firaja armor, but still he won't be losing out his life. Apex is there trying to provide out some visions. He might be using the teleportation as well.
Real manipulation comes into play too. Lemonade gonna dodge the ultimate at the 1 bit of HP he has, but Sky's in here. Very low. Oh my goodness, the Phantom Execution comes in, but Kai's is not gonna find everyone. He doesn't have the skills onto him this time. And Ricky being the one caught out once more into 5 people, and team misses out on the first kill because of Immobilize coming in from the Xavier. And SHUL, it just been perfect reflexes coming in from Asuna with the flicker. Otherwise, he would have been caught in that starfall pretty easily.
Yeah, and they were able to do the zoning as well as able to get the second turtle for the fact. So the early game, like expected, is going well for the side of Team Soul, and Yellowstone yet to find out a proper opening. They are trying to play out the poking games. Lemonade once again low. Oh!
They're trying to look for more. Those guys and finds Jay in the middle of it with arm upset. Phantom Execution, but no, guys will get taken down by the real world manipulation. Radium in a bit of danger here as well, still trying to look for the Spellvamp. And of course, it's Anti with the decimation, finds the kill, finds the double onto Ricky. He has the amazing ability to just go where he wants with the teleport and just get a kill and come back to where he was.
Yeah, and looking at the instant replay, they, Lemonade did try to invade out, not actually was trying to save out the buff for Kai's, but the skirmish that went out for the side of Team Yellowstone as well, but it favored out for the side of Team Soul, and the teleportation most importantly, it was perfectly on time, making sure that the Martes is just going to be extending onto his skills, and he was able to get the double as well as just go back onto his lanes. So the opening as well as the trade better still for the side of Team SHUL. I'm offended being used out, but Radium will be able to sustain it out. Still loses the Firaja armor, but it will be popped down onto a matter of minutes.
And ironically enough, the Lancelot is considered the most meta jungle right now. However, if you looked at the bot lane, Amon was the one who's actually winning out on 1v1. But the flicker, teleport coming in from Apex along with the real one manipulation. The online not gonna be enough to deal any damage. Anti with the double decimation finds the double kill for himself. Looking for the third. Ricky is in danger here. Anti gets it. Amon steals away the maniac onto the backline by taking down Savage Warrior. But Anti here looking for the maniac, but Asuna is gonna steal it away from his teammate. He's not gonna let him have his spotlight.
Yeah, and it will be a complete wipeout. Just losing out Apex for the initiation, but getting a complete wipe for the side of Team Yellowstone. Still a good trade for the side of Team SHUL, and they will be trying to prioritize more onto the objectives. They will be able to get this turtle quite uncontested. There is no sign of contention from the side of Team Yellowstone. They just go back, and it's just a matter of 2 minutes that Lord will be spawning. And looking at the momentum and looking at the itemizations, it is Team SHUL who are having the advantage. Martes has already got the Sky Piercer, so that was the first item priority, and he already got the halberd as well thanks to the farm he got from the kills. So it probably should be Anti who has the highest farm compared to everyone onto this team, despite being an EXP laner thanks to the kills he was able to acquire. But once again,
Looking for more, and Anti is the one who's gonna get the legendary. Kaius dodges it with Phantom Execution, but he needs to go back. But Anti here, a menace for the side of Yellowstone, sustaining everything, dealing the damage he wants, but he is gonna make it out alive with that. The flicker perfectly timed away from the hands of Yellowstone's clutches. He gets the kills, he gets out. That's Anti for you, ladies and gentlemen, one of the best EXP laners of India. But the AOG comes in, Lemonade commits too much to that fight. Apex though, definitely looking for the stuns. Again, the Thorns comes in as well. Radium very low here, needs to back off. Savage Warrior manages to escape with 1 HP from Soul Reaver. And however, Kai is here, committed. Is he gonna make it out alive? Gets stunned. Kais has to use up the Phantom Execution just to run back for his life.
Yeah, and once again, Soul are winning out onto the team fights, and look at the goal lead. It's almost over 12k, so a big of a advantage they are already having, and they will try to end out the game as soon as possible. But maybe they will make sure that it's only will be the inhibitor towers remaining before they try to prioritize onto the Lord. It is, the mid tier 2 is still standing on onto half HP, but the engage might be coming up onto Ricky once again.
Another RWM lasting insanity. The combo is perfect for them to secure
Oh,
the kills, but Kaizen is gonna
anti.
find the ADM. He doesn't have the immortality, and he goes down. Finally taken down by Savage Warrior. An important shutdown for the side of Yellowstone. Asuna also gonna be caught out in the taunt and the taunt rows. He gets taken down. Apex and Jade looking to back off with the retribution, securing the red buff for Amon right there.
Oh, that was kind of overextension that did happen for the side of Team SETUL, and looks like Team, Yellowstone, without wasting any time, they will be trying to prioritize the Lord as soon as possible. But Jay is still alive. He can be using out the retribution, trying to get out some visions. He will be waiting it out for his team, but maybe there might be the engage. Apex just goes in.
Again, there's the
Oh,
in from both of these teams. Anti will find Lemonair, and Kai steals away the Lord from the hands of Jay. Sonado finds a kill on the Savage Warrior. Two people chasing onto Ricky right now. He's not going to be able to make it out alive. The stuns are way too many. Anti secures the triple. Full side of SA too well. A complete wipeout coming from them. Can they go in for the finish right from here, or are they going to wait it out and defend the Lord for themselves? But instant replay, ladies and gentlemen, Yellowstone had everything they needed, but the chip, the amazing positioning, the flicker, the stuns, he just engaged right away. Unfortunately, Jay was just too far away from the Lord, and Kai's stole it away from their hands, and that is where Yellowstone still have some space to breathe.
yeah, and the Mart is completely chasing down Skyzen as well as making sure they get the triple. So even after getting the Lord, they completely got wiped out. If they were able to retreat it out, then maybe the scenario would have been quite different. But it is Team Yellowstone once again onto the disadvantage, and I think that is going to be a pause coming up from either of the side of the teams, and it should be back as soon as possible. But the lead as well as the Lord actually went out for the side of Team Yellowstone. So it will be, buying them out some time. But the question is going to be remaining that how long it will be buy them. It will buy them the time.
And I think that the pause here might just be a strategic timeout kind of thing, like we have everywhere else. Like, what are we gonna do? Do we really lose it like this, or do we fight with the Lord? Try and defend as long as possible till the Xavier has the lantern, has the lightning, has the divine blade, whatever items he needs to try and deal some damage to whatever abomination that SATUL is right now. However, soul being soul, they'll just try to end it with brute force. They're gonna get the chip in, and he's gonna come in with his decimation, just getting the kills left and right. And once Eve has the real manipulation into play, the lasting insanity is just gonna burst them all off. So it's a very dire situation for the side of Yellowstone right now, and unless a miracle happens, I don't think anyone's saving them today.
Yeah, unless the Martis once again gets shut down, and if they are able to make a potential wipeout, then that might be the only possibility that Team Yellowstone would have been fighting back from this. But just not, it's not just onto the draft, but the early game execution as well as the perfect teleportations from Apex that made the difference for the side of Team SHUL. Anti has 15 kills onto his name. I already, I just noticed it. So it is almost over 85% of the kills going out for a single player. So the Sky Piercer should most probably almost be onto the 80 stacks mark. So he just needs the perfect initiation to just get out the kills. And SATUL, they don't have the 12k goal lead at least, but it is still 9k, and it might be just extending it out once the team fights will be popping up. So the Lord should most probably be the priority, or maybe if they make another potential wipeout, then they most probably will just go for the end of the game.
Yep, and Yellowstone really here does not have the space they need. Like, they've got Gatot, but the moment Gatot tries to land his AOG, SAGO, they're just gonna back off. They've got such mobile heroes, and there we go. We're back into the game. The Lord gonna be spawning up in another 9 seconds from the base of Yellowstone. So SAGO technically still has enough time to try and defend it. But Radium though gets an early lasting insanity, and nobody from the side of Yellowstone gonna commit to him.
Yeah, and I think SG2L as well, they will not be overextending onto any team fights this time because they did lose out two of their members onto the bot. That did make sure that Yellowstone would be contesting for the first Lord. And, because of that, they did lose out onto the Lord scene. So avoiding onto any team fights would have been a better option. Leminar is trying to get out some visions onto there, but Apex will just not use his ultimate yet. Maybe he will bait himself out and use the teleportation play onto that. But for now, he's just backing it off. And one thing with the Xavier is he is definitely going to be shining when it comes to the Lord defenses. But the team fight.
AOG lands onto the RWM. Asna does reposition himself. Survives. Anti with the mega kill. Dawning Light misses. Asna once more. Anti this time with the triple. Is trying to look for the Maniac. He still doesn't get it. It's gonna be Radium once more. Stealing away any chance he had at that last kill he needed. Unfortunately, no highlight for you right now, Anti. Your teammates are not gonna let you have it. However, his KDA. He's at 15, 1, and 2. Oh, sorry. No, that was 18, 1, and 3. And the bait is gonna fall once more for the side of Seoul Esports as they secure 2-0 in the 2-1 bracket and move to 3-1, which means they have finally qualified into the round robin. Welcome to Mythic Showdown's round robin at Seoul Esports.
Yep, and they will be joining team. Who was it? It was
Sacred Shrine and
yeah. RNTX and the other team.
EVT.
It was Team Elusivity Esports who did beat out Team Noctura previously, like before this match. So it will be Team SHUL as well, joining them onto the 3-1 bracket. And they will be making their way onto the round robin. So congratulations for their side. But meanwhile, Team Yellowstone, they will be falling off onto the 2-2 brackets, which means it is still not over for their side, but they will be joining the other teams. And the road to round robin is going to be quite tougher than usual. But of course, the MVP is going to be Anti with the Martis, almost getting the Maniac, but still, it is going to be him with 18 kills onto his name. Most probably, this should be one of the highest kills onto the Mythic Showdown with a single player, not being a jungler or a gold laner.
And it's not just the fact that he got that many kills, he's actually on the damage build. And look at Jay's build, bro. Look at Jay's build. Like, what is Indo draft? What is PH draft? What is MPL ID draft? Whatever. We don't care. We've got Jay in India. If you want to learn itemization, go to him, man. He's gonna out-itemize every single person, every single caster analyst coach in this world. Jay ho. Let's go. However, jokes aside, huge props to Seoul Esports for actually pulling them out, but somehow it feels that Yellowstone's performance just fell off so badly somehow. But they had been doing so well until just the previous tournament, and then things haven't been looking so good for them. So we hope that they can find their momentum back, because I do believe that they will be moving down to the 2-2 bracket, which is going to be their very last chance of staying alive into this tournament. So we do hope for the best of them. Tonight's games are not favorable for them. The first game, bit of a draft issue, no ranges, and second game was just
execution
being ABM and ABM being SHL. Yeah, execution did matter right there. So it's all right. We do have another chance for Yellowstones. Hoping for the best there.
Yeah, and the 2-2, they still could make the comebacks from the 2-2 bracket. So it could be just a matter of time. But looking at the head-to-head, Radium with a 10.8 compared to Skyzen with a 4.7. So of course, I think itemization wise as well as the execution wise and the goal lead was more favorable for the side of Team SHUL. And as Sarah was mentioning, it is kind of okayish. I do see Windtalker onto the Aemon. It could help him farm faster, but a Great Dragon Spear, okay, that is something I
That's just
didn't.
that's just for the escape. Like once you cast the ultimate, you're gonna get a major movement speed buff. So you go in, you cast the ultimate, and you just run back. Smart move, I would say, in a match like this. Smart move in a real match situation. I hope he doesn't go for these, fun things that he likes to do. It's all right. But Apex's build though, the fleeting time as well as the Oracle, so those were constant ultimates every single time. Esmeralda did do well, but against Anti-Smartis didn't really stand chance, unfortunately. Too much damage, too much sustain. Both of these things coming in from the side of Anti. And of course, there we go. Rich guy, the carry and the sandbag. Oh, of course, it's Lemonaire with the sandbag. He did do a lot with the AOGs and the setups. He did well, honestly speaking. But a chip being a chip, he did his job even better.
Yeah, once again, actually, onto the wingman, it is Apex, and the carry, once again, it's Asuna. It is kind of same compared to the first game, but the rich guy this time is, instead of J, it is going to be anti onto the Martis because of the early game kills as well as the faster itemizations he was able to do with the additional gold boost. But Lemina, like you mentioned, he did well when it came to the initiation. Actually, onto the bot side, it was him who initiated with the AOG, which did make sure that Yellowstone got the first Lord and they were able to extend the game somehow, but it didn't went out for this favor. I did thought that SCTUL will be waiting out for the second Lord, but Lemina once again tried to engage it, and they just ended up losing out their members. It was a complete wipe, and Team SCTUL, being a classic, just went out for the end, and they will be securing the round robin slot for this side, and it will be Team Yellowstone who will be going down onto the 2-2 brackets. So for this game, that is going to be it. We still have one more game that will be coming up. A new set of casters will be coming up onto that scene. Till then, Sarah as well as Itami will be signing off. Stay hydrated and take care.
Do you think I'm crazy? I've done all Hello, guys, ladies and gentlemen. I think you are happy to know that we are back again for the last best of three of today. This is CRQ, who will be going against our Megadon into this another best of three series under the costume deck. It's gonna be me, Debbie, alongside me. It's gonna be Wayans and AKA Blade Armor, by the way. But hey, this is gonna be one of an interesting events so far because this is gonna be saying who's gonna be coming into the round robin. They are gonna be the start for today teams that will be able to enter into the round robin where Sacred Shrine and our NTX are there waiting. So yeah, let's see how they'll be able to perform because Armageddon and CRQ they are still out there for a long while. So I also know that once will know something about Armageddon. So what do you wanna say about them?
I mean, Armageddon, actually, I just casted a game for them earlier in international, which is the Southeast Asia, the Saga International Tournament. They just played a while ago in that tournament, and they actually managed to get a clean sweep against Pakistan.
Oh.
So they've already been playing. Now they're gonna face off against Krug's Requiem. So this is going to be a bit of a challenge for Armageddon as well, because they are quite exhausted. But at the same time, it's going to be so thrilling for them to be playing against such a strong team. And yeah, Krug's Requiem, as we know, and they are no joke. They are such a strong team. Yeah, Armageddon, they're pretty solid, and yeah, they will definitely put out their best against them and give it their all.
Honestly speaking, Armageddon has been around for a long while, and they have only one change-up into the lineup, and that has to be the mid laner Rio to out Swain in, and that's the only change-up that they have been doing. So CRQ is a fairly new lineup that we are talking about, 27th, still out there here, but hey, the others are actually changing quite a lot. But they have a young players onto the sides, mainly onto the jungle and the gold laner, and then we also have the mid laner, their new addition too, and of course one of the veterans, it's gonna be Doom as well. So that is definitely gonna be something that we want to focus on because I feel like Armageddon might be eventually able to have that perfect synergy going on for them because of the connections that they already have with each other. But CRQ, man, they are getting stronger and stronger because since the start of the Swiss stage, we have seen them going up and down into their performance. But then again, they suddenly rose up to the top, always practicing, always screaming for good teams, and then utilizing their potential too. So we are gonna be expecting a very good showdown here, given the fact that this is Mythic Showdown, by the way.
Indeed, quite the irony there. But yeah, talking about Krug's, man, Krug's is a very strong team, and it is it does put Armageddon in a tight spot as well because there is gonna be a little bit of an intent between them among the players as well. So they really have to keep their cool and play with a lot of disciplines and be poised throughout the game. But nonetheless, though, Debbie, it seems like we are ready to head into the first game. I feel like this is a best of three series, isn't it?
Yep, it is a best of three series. You are very right, and this is gonna be deciding who's gonna be going into the round robin. So, like I already mentioned before, this is gonna be Bengal server, Flying Cloud, CRQ onto the first pick, Armageddon into the second pick. Look at the bands so far coming through from the side of CRQ. We have the boss and the Kalea taken away. I'm pretty sure Femi doesn't really love playing the Kalea that much in comparison to the Basha, so the Basha is definitely gonna be a room ban, by the way, for Armageddon because CRQ they did their job. But then again, there's one fact about CRQ that I want to mention is that Lomsana, their jungler, loves playing the assassins rather than the utility. So what is better option to ban than to ban out the assassin, and what is the best assassin to ban away? It's Nesla.
Yep. Indeed. Talking about Armageddon, right? They really love the assassin. Whenever I see their ban, they are always banning out assassins such as the Slot and the Hayabusa. And if they don't have the first pick, they always ban the CC. But if they have the first pick, they always go for the priority pick, which is the CC. And Paulina loves playing the CC. He's so comfortable with that hero. He's comfortable with a lot of heroes as well. But yeah. And looking at the ban of Krug's Requiem, we can see that the ban is being followed up by the Gatot ban. So that is a solid ban as well because Gatot one of those meta tanks in the current meta. performing quite well, and
Yeah.
exceptionally one of the most high-picked tanks as well. And I guess that we
Yeah.
are already about to complete the first drafting phase here because
Mhm.
both of them have already banned out. They've almost banned out 3 heroes. Yeah, they actually did ban out. We can see the rock ban as well from the side of Armageddon.
Yeah, Grog is a very solid ban. You do not want to give who is a very good playmaker. A KDA player, by the way, will be, I don't think he will be getting the Grok anytime soon. But first pick the Hilda. The last time I saw Hilda was into the hands of Johan, and it didn't really charm good, man, because it was the first race pick too. And you don't
Yeah.
usually pick out the first race Hilda unless you're really, really comfortable on that hero. And I think it can definitely go into the hands of Array, but then also 27 can also play the Hilda too, so dare I say it's a kind of a flex pick, but then on the other hand, look at this. Comforts and Comforts coming through from the side of Megadon Esports. They're so comfortable on the Kimi and the Lapu Lapu, but there's also effects that Ito can play the Lapu Lapu or even Polina. So the Paul here,
Yeah.
we love playing the Lapu Lapu as well, but hey, look at that. The Jushin completely left open, picked away by CRQ for Peekaboo Predator.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, talking about Armageddon, I'm not even surprised to see a Kimi and a
Mhm.
Lapu Lapu because the
Yeah,
past,
yeah.
I've been watching Armageddon play a lot. These
Mhm.
are their priority picks. So far, I feel like in the current meta, they
Mhm.
are really abusing these heroes a lot. And as you've already mentioned, the Lapu Lapu is quite a flex pick. Either Ito, their goal laner, or Polina, both
Yeah.
of them can play them quite well. So, the Lapu is quite a flex pick, can be played as goal lane as well as
Yeah.
an EAP. So, there's that as well. As for Swain, oh my goodness, in the international earlier, when he was
Mhm.
playing the Kimi, me and Ray, we were just glazing Swain because on the Kimi, he is so
Wow.
amazing. His, contraction
Mhm.
pulse the ultimate. He is just using that quite disgustingly good.
Yeah.
He's setting up with the ultimate quite well. So Crooks, they can't really underestimate Armageddon. They really have to watch out for Swain as well. And yeah, talking about Swain, in this kind of a draft, Armageddon they usually go for fighter side lanes. And for the late
Uh-huh.
game, it's actually Swain who carries them in the late game. So they have to really watch out for Swain in the late game. For the early game, they have to, be careful of Armageddon not to let them snowball onto the side lanes with the fighters.
One thing that's for sure funny from the side of CR their job. There's something I would like to mention about CRK is that they are really comfortable on playing with the Fanny. Lomsanga, I usually call him one trick Fanny, by the way, but he can definitely play the Fanny in a godlike level, and I'm pretty sure he'll be able to pull that off too because Bengal server for both of these teams, and they will be very, very easy going onto those assassins as well. And you know what? When there's only one hero that you will be banning when there is a Magadan, and it's gonna be the Brody. I think Bolty will be happy to see this too. But then again, Brody is one of the most comfort hero for the side of Ito as well. Whenever they pull out the fighter into the gold lane side also, they usually flex it so that they'll be able to get the Brody into the last phase. And this is also the reason why I like how CRQ plays because they know they read the opponents so well. They understand who is their comfort. They understand how they are gonna be playing, and the way
Yeah,
that they're rotating also. They kind of read this out like a paper. So I think this is also one of the strongest suit for CRQ, and that has to be something that is very, very commendable too. But I feel like Armageddon onto the Khalid, it's more of a roam hero that they want to pick out so that they'll be able to catch out the way of the Hilda too. But then again, it will be stopping out the ways for the Fanny to be not the roam to have a pick off because the
yeah,
Fanny he still does not have anyone that can lock him down.
yeah. That is very true. There's not enough crowd control that can, disrupt the Fanny or steel
Mm-hmm.
cable. But I do see the motto here of Armageddon. They're going for the
Yep.
Khalid. And usually when they go for
Oh.
Twin Flame on the Khalid, he is
Mhm.
very aggressive right off the early game. He loves to go for
Mhm.
early game invasion. And
Okay.
yeah, talking about the roamers from both side of this team, they're quite aggressive in the early game. Both of them are really good at invading, or very good
Mhm.
at assassins. So
Oh wow.
we might see a lot of early game aggression though. But yeah, looking at the pick of Armageddon, look at this, Debbie. We are seeing a Hayabusa pick. Josie finally pulling out his Hayabusa. Let's see what he can do with his Hayabusa. Whereas Crooks, man, this is the day I've been waiting for. Like the last time I saw 1-1 in a tournament was ages ago. I'm doubling for the 1-1 actually. Because I myself, I am a 1-1 main, and it just
Oh, I know that.
it just warms my heart, to see a 1-1 here. So yeah, I
Oh
feel like
yes.
the 1-1 as well is a pretty solid pick here. Not I'm not saying it because 1-1 Glazer, but just because he is quite a mobile marksman. He can be very slippery in scenarios as well.
There's also one thing that I would like to tell you once is the previous match, Kyle from Noctura, he picked up the
Yeah.
1-1, and that's a 0 win rate, by the way. So, CIQ,
Ooh.
if they are able to pull this off, that can be something. Ah, wait, there's also one fact that I forgot to mention. Executor, the goal laner for the side of CIQ, is a 1-1 fanatic. So, he will be able to pull it off, I guess, because Executor is known for the 1-1 and the Granger, and the Granger was actually banned away, so the 1-1 was the valid option too. And the kill pressure coming through from the side of CRQ is too much because we already see the edits onto the hands of 27, Mr. Hoon, and then the Fanny as well. That is going to be the early game that we are talking about onto the Jushin too. But no marksman for the side of Armageddon into the side. It is going to be the Lapu Lapu into the hands of Mr. Ito. I don't think if he is really comfortable on that because he's more of the damage dealer kind of player. So the early phases will be all into the hands of this Twin Flame and Mr. Josie. By the way, if they
Yeah.
aren't able to pull this off, Lomsanga will be able to have the good early game.
Yep, indeed, that is very true, Eddie.
Yeah.
But yeah, right off the game, here we go, and we are seeing a very early game pause. But I feel like that was possibly a misclick. But nonetheless, though, welcome, ladies and gentlemen. This is Mythic Showdown. This is gonna be Crooks Requiem versus Armageddon. This is the first game. We are heading straight into the Land of Dawn.
Let's go. Let's see how they'll be able to perform here. Are they on? Try to get a little bit of clearance so that they will be able to go against the jungle and get the priority onto the bushes here, which is what you want to really do onto the Hilda. Into the mid side, there might be a little bit of a poke in this vein. Onto the Kimi able to join away array, but there will not be too much though. He is trying to make his leeway towards the red buff for Josie here, but look at the emblems though once.
The emblems are quite good, I would say, but yeah, it's nothing out of the ordinary. These are, the kind of emblems that you usually go for on these kind of heroes. But yeah, talking about, the picks, I feel like the Lapu Lapu can be. Oh my goodness, Debbie, look at the aggressive coming out. Flame and Wayne, they're just so aggressive, dealing so much burst damage right there. They almost took down Diffusion, but yeah, she's, with a Tang emblem though, so she's gonna be quite tanky.
We were talking about the kill pressure coming through from the side of hierarchy, right? We have
Yeah.
3 Swift. It's definitely gonna be a lot of damages coming through from 27. I always wanted to say that. Lomsanga and then Executor, by the way, onto the top lane side, though 27 might be able to give out the reason on where Josie is gonna be here. Twin Flames trying to rotate together with Strain, which is what you wanna do when you are together with a Kimi, so they'll be able to have a greater time onto the damage dealing part.
Indeed. And yeah, look at Array, on the Hilda. It seems like for now he can't really do much because he has not hit that level 4. But look at Twin Flame. Oh my God, with the tornado slash, he's been doing it. Here comes the jungler from the side of Krooks though. But then again, no purple buff, so he won't be able to swing those people quite yet. But it seems like Armageddon already going for early game turtle. Here comes
That's gonna be a flicker coming through. Zozy with the retribution, Pangoli on point onto the turtle. The first turtle taken down. Array steal onto the run. There's gonna be Felina trying to go in with the jump coming through. Zoz! First kill on the 27, able to take it down, but it's gonna be a trade coming down. Twin Flame will be the trade that they want right now. Array taken down very low. Eater onto the mid side with the burst fighter, trying to do something out here, but he will not be going in. There was a slow start. 1 kills across the board for both of the teams, but the turtle into the side of Armageddon.
Yeah, into the hands of Armageddon. Indeed, I feel like that was a good trade. A Roma for EXP laner. because the roamer does not really matter much in the early game. But look at the twin flame. He's so aggressive. Oh my god, he gets
Hey!
put down by the
Oh,
Fanny.
Longsaga!
Oh my
Executioner,
goodness.
man. That's the Fanny what we wanted, right? The Fanny that we wanted to do. And we were talking about the lack of lockdown coming through from the side of Armageddon. Yeah, that's gonna be a leeway, a free flying Fanny.
Oh, look at the phobias though, trying to go a little ham, but yeah, he's just gonna be backing off for now. But yeah, onto the bot lane, it seems like the 1-1 is having a little hard time against Ito. So yeah,
Yeah.
Ito definitely gonna burst her down in the early phases of the game. So Executor, he really has to play safe for now. Yeah, look at this. Oh my goodness, a sandwich coming right in.
It's gonna be landing, it's gonna be Julie trying to go over the standard kill spree, trying to go in for more, but Twin Flame able to grab that kill, but onto the hand, Julie might be in trouble. Array will be able to grab that kill. Twin Flame getting Array down as well, double kill for the rumor. Mr. Khalid there. Peekaboo trying to go in for more, but that is going to be a decent kill coming through to the top side as well. 27 with the Primal Rats trying to get a solo kill onto Paulina right there, but he will be able to walk away. There was a cute aggression coming through from the top lane side.
Indeed, that was quite the aggression, and man, that was really bad for Josie. He did die off in the early game, but yeah, Debbie, look at this. Though onto the river here around the turtle.
Array.
Here comes aggression. Array forced out the flicker. That is one resource exhausted from the side of Crooks, and now it seems like they're going in for the turtle again. But it seems like their jungler is still on the way to back to the red buff there, Debbie. Oh.
Okay, there's gonna be a stun and knockout coming through. Lomsaga with the to get that turtle. Twin Flame getting a kill on the 27. Ito trying to flicker away, but getting down. Lomsaga able to execution him down onto the backside. There might be a little bit of a trouble happening for Executor right now with the crosswalk tank trying to get a kill onto Paulina. He's so tanky. That's gonna be the jam. Another one. Twin Flame grabbing a kill, but Paulina will be taken down as well. Twin Flame might be in trouble. This might be a shutdown coming through. The flicker is in. Peekaboo will not be able to have all the damage that's required to take Twin Flame down.
Oh my god, Debbie, there's so much early game aggression. This is, what I was talking about. They have such aggressive early game heroes. They have the Hilda, they have the Fanny, they have Hayabusa, and they have the Kali. These are really aggressive early game heroes. And with these heroes on board, you're definitely going to see a lot of fights through and fro. And there's just going to be a lot of skirmishes. But yeah, onto the bot lane, we can see the 1-1 once again being ganked. Oh my goodness, look at the 1-1. Getting a third dive.
Oh, Twin Flame is taken down very low. That's gonna be a as well. One more hit. Ito will be taking down the crosswalk. Then coming through as well. That's gonna be the traction pulse. Not gonna kill anyone right now. Swain not trying to go in for more. That is gonna be 1-2 taken down for the side of Armageddon and the top lane. Secured by Lomsaga onto this Fanny.
That is quite a good macro. They traded out the kill. They actually got the kill and they traded out the third as well, so really good for them. But look at Paulina, he's trying to go ham with his Inferno Pursuit. 1-1, he goes in. He does,
Trying to fight for more. Inferno Pursuit. One more hit away, but still jumping in. 27 able to grab that kill, but onto the other hand, we're going to be taking down Ito. Grabbing that kill, Are still onto the run, but he'll be able to survive. There's going to be the Racing Sandstorm just for survivability. Josie does not really have the Shadow kill, but onto the top side. That might be Lomsaga trying to take it down, but Peekaboo getting choked down quite a lot. The Shadows will not be landing. One hit, basic attack, no! It's gonna be the Crimson Beacon that's helping Peekaboo to survive. The turtle is already up. Executor into the midst of it all, trying to get a little bit of something. Does have the crosswalk thing, will not be using onto Twin Flame right there, but he will be taken down, shut down. For Are, they're trying to go for more. Ito trying to get a stun on the Executor right now, trying to go for the chase. He's taken down very low. The HP is unseenable, but Paulina trying to get with the Joan. The turtle is already up. Are still onto the chase, trying to get a little bit of HP back onto the bushes right there. Swain, he will be able to spot them all, but there we go. That might be a little bit of a decent gaze coming through, but right now Lomsaga trying to go in, will not be able to find any triumph and go 27 cards to the base of it all, but Lomsaga with the retribution unable to take the turtle down, but Paulina still onto the jump mega kill. He will be taken down. Lomsaga will be able to get that one. Peekaboo in trouble right now, taking down very low, but the one swift hit away. Swain will be able to take one down, but Josie will fall as well. Lomsaga trying to find for more. The flicker coming through. Swain trying to survive, will be able to walk away finally with the end of the team fight.
Oh my god, Debbie, these fights are just prolonging way too much. There is no end to these fights. It seems like, these teams are just not willing to back down. They're just going full ham, and they're just going to be so aggressive throughout the game. But yeah, talking about Executor, on the 1-1, he's doing quite exceptionally well. Despite being so squishy, he's still managing to hold on his own against Ito. And man, look at Executor forcing out Ito to back off, to prevent the crossbow of Tang from being popped onto the 1-1. But yeah, once again, though, coming in with the pause meta.
Pause with that's definitely fun. I think I feel like the more they stay into the team fight, the more it is in favor for CRQ, dare I say, because there's also a fact that there are a lot of fighters into Megan. They should be the one having the advantage on the team fight, but there is an executioner, which is the Fanny here, Lomsanga. He is trying to go in most of the time, and that kind of breaks apart the momentum coming through from the side of Armageddon. And they should try to stop for it and let the breather in before they try to go for the team fight. But goal ranking though, it's the Fanny actually into the top.
Wow, that is actually, Lal Songa on the Fanny 6.7k goal lead. Pretty good for the jungler. And yeah, it's followed up by Executor. That is pretty good for
Wow.
It's actually. They have a really high goal lead right now. If we take a
Mhm.
look at the goal lead, we can see they have around 3.2 overall goal lead against Armageddon. I feel like this game, it's really gonna drag onto the late game, but oh my goodness, look at Lal Songa getting a
Sarah!
beautiful solo kill.
That's cutthroat one. That was amazingly well done. And getting the immunity, not enough. It's gonna be double kill. The crossbow tank coming to execute, able to take the leader down. Twin flames down the drain as well. The turrets will be falling down into the midst of it all. 2, 3, and 4 members down for the side of Armageddon. 2 turrets taken down as well, and the Lord is already up. This will eventually be a free Lord for the side of CRQ.
Oh my goodness, this is looking really, really, really dire for Armageddon. Oh my goodness, look at Paulina with a 0-4-4 KD. She's, just being the punching bag for the team. But at the same time, they can't really get any kills out of it. They're lacking a lot of damage right now. And yeah, as for Josie as well, he is a little behind onto the jungle compared to Lao Songa. And he can't really catch up this time around. And yeah, he can't really find any kills, even onto the 1-1, nor the Jujin. I feel like, Executor, even though Josie might connect his quad shadow easily with the
Yeah.
Purify, he can easily remove that. But though, look at this onto the
Crazy
mid of it all.
sandstorm onto LA. He have the flicker, right? Trying to survive, but hey, he's also onto the back line. So the peekaboo trying to go for more the side kill will not be enough. The Crimson Beacon helping him survive. That's 2 resources, 3. 4 resources being burned away by Armageddon. And the Lord is still healthily coming into the mid lane side.
Yeah, indeed, the Lord is marching onto the mid side, but I feel like they can definitely defend this for now because it is a pretty weak Lord. It's not really strong. But yeah, look at the pressure coming in from Crooks as well. They're going in really ham. They're going so aggressive. Look at the Jujin with the Lantern Flare providing a lot of zoning as well.
Oh my god! Alongside trying to go in yet again. The Kantor will not be enough, but Peekaboo without the Crimson Beam will be able to take him down. Paulina still onto the jump. The crossbow of Tang will be the death of him. That's gonna be Longside trying to go in yet again, but Strain will be taken down to the mid top of Ito. Still able to survive, but it's gonna be the shadow landing, but there will not be enough of damage coming through as well. Longside still taken in trouble. Taking down but Twin Flame with the final blow will be able to shut down the flying Fanny, and this was a successful defense, but the mid lane inhibitor taken down.
Oh my goodness, that was a successful defense indeed. But Armageddon, they did lose the inhibitor, so now there will be a lot of lane pressure onto the mid lane. The super minion marching down onto the mid lane automatically. But yeah, they did get a breeder out of that fight because they did manage to take down 3 members from the hands of Krook's Requiem. And yeah, look at this, the level ranking. We can already see Lalfanga and the Fanny already hitting that level 15, followed by Josie with level 14. So they're pretty close. But yeah, looking at the goal lead, Debbie, we can see a 4.5k goal difference from the hands of Armageddon. They really need to catch up on the bills as well. And yeah, it's gonna be very, very dire for them if they can't get their hands on Executor because the 1-1 is such a problem. She's dishing out so much damage, even though she's not the one who's securing the kill. She's the one who's dealing the most DPS. and the crossbow of time is just connecting from one member to the other, and it's just Lal Songa who comes in with the steel cable and secures the kill perfectly. But look at the bot lane here.
Oh, that's
My
gonna be an engage. 27 in trouble. Taking down Swain with the final blow, able to take him down as well. Swing player to the backside, trying to go in for more peekaboo. Might be getting in trouble. That's gonna be a Crimson Beacon coming through as well. Saga with cable, but yeah, will be taken down by Array onto the backside. Executor still onto the chase. Will be taken down, but he's got this crossbow tank, but it will be enough to make him survive. Killing spree for the 1-1 right now. He's still trying to get for more Twin Flame. Next onto the chopping block will be taken down as well. Swain wasn't able to survive the onslaught coming through from the Fenny Lomsanga. Very, very comfortable on this hero Ito. With the finals, he wants to get the stains on. He might try to go in for more. There might be a little guess coming through, but right now that's gonna be the base from Kazan. It's gonna be starting down, but it's not gonna be enough. Armageddon, they will be losing it out. CRQ with the first point.
This was a really, really fast game. Oh my god, Debbie. Executor onto the 1-1. He going right off the mid game, and oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. The jungler from Crook, Lalsonga, oh my goodness, that guy. He is, he's like one of the players that I've seen in the current meta who's actually executing the Fanny quite well. Because the Fanny in the current meta, she's not really that, she's not really that, she's not performing like how she used to compared to few patches ago. But this guy,
really?
he is absolutely insane. Oh my goodness, take a look at MVP of the game. It is gonna be none other than Executor with a beautiful, 77% kill participation and 711 gold per minute. He has a KDA of 4-3-13. So this guy was not the one with the highest kill. He was definitely the one who was dishing out most of the damage with his basic attack. Because yeah, one turn MM with a DHS, you're gonna be dealing a lot of damage. And the fact that this guy does not even have DHS is just the crit attack speed from the 1-1 itself.
And I was actually 100% sure that the MVP could have been Lomsanga onto the Fanny, but I think Executor did a really amazing job, even though he wasn't getting all the kills. The way he was positioning himself, he wasn't getting caught all the time. And I think the 3 kills that the 3 deaths that he suffered was mostly from Joji, because Joji was, he knows who he will be trying to focus on. But there's also one thing I would like to mention is that the engage coming through from Hare, most of the time he's onto the backside trying to focus on the Joji, who was focusing on the Executor, and in turn he's given the block, the body out from those shadows most of the time. That comes in handy too. So I think Armageddon this time around, I think they kind of need to ban out the Benny too if they want their mid lane to have a greater time, because they have been shifting into this kind of meta, right? They used to be a team whose Ito was the carry for into the ball inside onto the marksman, right? But this time around, they play Ito onto the fighter, so mid lane should have a greater time here.
Indeed, I do agree with you, because Armageddon, though their draft, I feel like the moment they saw the 1-1, they should have responded with a marksman as well, because once in the game, but there's a lot of DPS, and the fact that they chose a 1-1 makes so much, because in a fighter meta, if you have a hero like a 1-1 who is very mobile, you can dodge your skills, it's gonna be so hard to catch up with a fighter. And 1-1 Airtel, they are one of the best heroes who can kite fighters and tanks. So if you're facing against heroes like 1-1 and Airtel, you definitely need to respond with marksmen that can counter them out. So I feel like they could have thrown in maybe Airtel against that 1-1, and that would have been a lot easier for them to deal with the 1-1 instead of the Lapu Lapu. I feel like most of the times Ito, he couldn't get any kills onto Executor, because Executor was just so mobile. He even has crossbow an immunity skill. You can just use it and get into safety as well. Just use it, get the immunity, and fly back to your teammates. But on the other hand though, Josie as well onto the Hayabusa, he was really struggling onto the early game because of the Hilda, and as you mentioned, the Hilda Ring was the one who was going into the back and disrupting her Hayabusa, as well as the mid laner with Swain, and body blocking those squad shadows.
Yep, exactly. The highest goal per minute rich guy, Saga, onto the Benny. And I think I haven't. I mean, most of the time the retribution still, the retribution onto the turtle was definitely into the hands of Lomsanga. And I mean, Josie is not the best retribution user in this tournament. Lomsanga has been finding sneakily go in and get all those retribution perfectly on time, and that kind of helped the side laners quite a lot, because even when you are onto the goal inside, when you are behind onto the goal, you want your team to secure all of those neutral objectives so that you'll be able to share out the goal and reach the point where your items are very, very maximum and you're going to have the damage as well. And I think Lomsanga did that quite well. He was able to find the perfect retribution again and again, and that made the goal lead immaculate for the side of CRQ, and that helped her quite a lot. And that's also, one of the most important factor of being a jungle, right? It's not all about the kills; it's also about securing out the objective as well. And I think Lomsanga deserves that. I think it's a too much place for the dude, but he's performing so well onto the Fanny, so you cannot not on him. So Armageddon this time around, I think they need to have an answer for Fanny. Either they have to ban it, or to have an answer for that.
Yeah, definitely. He was quite immaculate on his Fanny, because not only was he securing a lot of kills, at the same time he was securing a lot of micro as well. He was going in for those objectives, securing the turtle. And as you've mentioned, in the draft that Armageddon, they didn't really have any that can counter out the fact. They did not have any instant suppression or an instant stun that can disrupt her midway in the air when she's swinging those speed cables. So that was a big factor as well for the Fanny to work out in this game, because there were no proper counter for Lao Songa. So they definitely need to have the Fanny if they wanna win against Crew. But if they don't ban her, they really have to come out with counter picks as well, because even though they saw the Fanny, they did not decide the counter picks. Instead, the moment they saw the 1-1, the first thing that popped in Armageddon's mind was the Phoveus. So they went ahead and picked the Phoveus. But even though the Phoveus was there, he was tanking a lot and a lot of damage. But just one can't really do all the things in itself, right? It is a 5v5, so there needs to be enough contribution from each and every member to secure the game.
And this is why I kind of understand why they ban out the Kalea, even though Femi is not really they usually don't pick out the Kalea, because Armageddon is more of a team fighty composition kind of squad. Yeah, they don't want to go for the pick off most of the time, because their decision making and the macro are still lacking down a little bit. And yeah, like I always say, pick off heroes are harder to play together in a perfect sync rather than those all in every team fight kind of composition. So banning out the Kalea would have, it's more of CRQ looking for their own draft. And this can be a trick for drafting as well. You might want to set up for your own composition into the first phases and ban out the possible counter that you will be facing into the second phases. And I think CRQ did that. But on to the other hand, I feel like Armageddon, they are also a squad who draft really, really well. They do not really let counter draft most of the time. They kind of get the upper hand. But then again, the Khalid, I feel like they were trying to focus too much on 2RA. They completely forgotten about the Fanny that could come through from Lomsanga, of course. So let's see how they'll be able to change it down to draft, because second time around, okay, Megadon to the first pick, CRQ to the second side. Look at that assassin bands. I always used to joke, right? When you go against CRQ, you might want to ban out any kind of assassin heroes and force Lomsanga to pick up a hero that he's really not comfortable on. But when that also happened, he picked out the Guinevere and it still have 100% win rate, so there's no say.
Yeah, indeed. And yeah, just look at this though. Already with the draft done, we can see the bans from the hands of Armageddon, which is namely the Hayabusa, the Fanny, and the Lancelot. And for now, they're targeting Lansonga. But as for Crooks, they're going in with the usual band. They're going for the Kalia, the Gadot, and the Baksha. So yeah, this
Dang.
leaves for the CC, and now the CC is being picked onto the hand of Armageddon, and this CC is gonna be a very very flex pick as well because either Ito can play it or even Paulina he can play it. So this is
Wow.
something which they have to look out for. But look at this though, you can see that from the hands of Crooks, they have decided to go ahead and pick the Grok. This is a really good pick. I would say the Grok, one of the best initiator, can go in with the tectonic charge and the flicker combo, and voila, that is just a surprise combo.
And voila, indeed. Oh, look at that. It's gonna be the Fred delay and onto the hands of Josie. I don't know. Because Yushin is already there, so the Fredrin will every time I was actually expecting the Eve to come through from the side of CRQ. Oh man, Eve have a very good win rate in this season of Mythic Showdown. Oh my god, against their Fredrin is definitely going to be one of the most important hero that they can see so far in Grok. Array. He's a very annoying roamer, I would have to tell you. He's a very annoying roamer because whatever he picks it for bullying out the opponent jungle most of the time. And they are kind of forcing Josie to go for this Fredrin so that they will be able to pick up the Eve as well. So the Hilda here this time around, I think Baby is really comfortable onto this Hilda too. They might try to go look for a pick off onto Peekaboo first rather than Lomsanga so that they'll be able to stay into the team fight rather more here. So Brody, ban away against CRQ. They're going for the same old ban.
Yeah, indeed. And yeah, talking about the draft, right? I really love Yeez and Shin paired up with the Yeeve here because the Yeeve, she can just basically run out, the very very big AoE, and yeah, she can basically burst them down as well. I really love the in the current meta Debbie because she is not your usual typical Yeeve who go for utility build, which is TDR, slow, and burn. Instead, in the current meta, you go for a full burst Yeeve, which really, really hurts. And man, the Void Blast, I do have to say, is such an annoying skill. Even though you have the most minimum amount of cooldown reduction, the first skill on Yeeve, it has a cooldown reduction of about 1.7 seconds. So that is like less than 2 seconds. It is very, very spammable even without the Enchanted Talisman, and cooldown reduction item. So there's that and Yeeve. But yeah, talking about the Yi Shindo, one of the best junglers in the game as well. Even though after the recent nerf, he is performing quite well and has been one of the top picks as well. But yeah, talking about the game here, since they've picked up him, there is a slight chance that they might go for a goal lane X-Borg. So that is something which they have to look out for as well. But yeah, since they already picked the Granger, there's a Xbox jungle there.
That's actually funny, man. Sorry about that. But first that was what I was expecting when there was not expected to come through really. But I think Swain's favorite hero has been banned away by CRQ. Very good adaptation. I feel like the Forza is kind of a forced pick here. It is good against the Yiv, it is good against the Yishunshin, of course. Yishunshin is weak against any kind of magic damage dealer. But then again, there's always a way for cancellation from the walls coming through from the Grok. That is always going to be becoming a factor here. Oh, 4-way still available for the side of CRQ. They can go for the 4-ways here because that is a CC gold lane. No scaling here for the side of Armageddon. They have a Arlott as a last pick that will possibly be into the hands of Sotapo. Oh my goodness, that is okay. That is a hero. The first time we saw down was into the hands of Johan Dusty Mizo, by the way. They were losing onto that too. Yeah. This is a very great combination once. Look at this. There is a hitbox, there's a penalty zone, and the follow-up.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, the penalty zone, is one of those surprise elements as well, because you can easily up with a flicker, and that can be that can be a very good surprise of element. And yeah, also the fact that Crooks, they have so much crowd control. It is gonna be so hard for the Fredrin to work here because the Fredrin, he's a utility jungle and he's very weak to heavy crowd control. Not only that, there's also so much burst onto the hands of Crook. So I'm not really sure how our Megadon are gonna execute this game because they don't even have any support which can complement the Fredrin here.
Exactly, but talking about compliment, we have complimentary gift for you guys. 5,000 giveaway for 5,000 diamonds giveaway for 50 people. That is gonna be what we are gonna be serving for you right now for Mythic Showdown season number 2. If you are even a fan of this, please join the Discord server to know who is gonna be the winner. Because the more you stay active, the more there is a chance for you to win it out. So guys, without further ado, just join out the server so that you'll be able to know what and who is gonna be winning out. Because of course, that is a lot of diamonds. I think it's gonna be 250, right? But hey, the Discord server will be pinned into the comments onto that comment section, so make sure to check it out too. That is the complimentary gift from me and one. No, I'm joking. It's gonna be from Mythic Showdown. But anyway, we don't have diamonds to give you guys, so yeah, that is gonna be Mythic Showdown's complimentary gift. Anyway, back to the point here. Armageddon CRQ. This is gonna be the second game that we are talking about. The lineups are set in. Both of the teams are completely ready, and I feel like CRQ. They have 3 scaling heroes. Even the Nevis is a scaling heroes, and once. I don't think Armageddon have any scaling heroes, rather, except for the Fire Star, which is a bit of a damage killer.
Yeah, I feel like this is gonna be a really tough game for Armageddon. I feel like they can really work this out if they throw the Arlot on the goal lane, because Arlot can really overwhelm the Granger in the early phases of the game because he has so much sustain, so much burst, and so much mobility. Nonetheless, though, welcome back to the game. This is the Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen. Match number 2, a best of 3 against Armageddon and Crooks. This is gonna be the game which will decide is it gonna be the last game or a tiebreaker between these two.
Exactly, that's what we are looking for. Side is gonna be fight. Starting wings popped by Swain, just trying to get out the last hit into the minions as well. But the top lane though is Executors another hero into his comfort once, and I feel like there might be a little bit of engage onto Array. Twin Flame trying to go in with the bongs. With the access that he has so far, the lethal might be contested upon the retribution. Of course, Josie will be losing out to the retribution. Nothing new.
Indeed. We all know how well the Josie is with the retribution, so that's not a surprise. But yeah, looking at the game though, we can already see the Yi being such a menace, using the Void Blast again and again in just the first minute of the game, and she's already chunked down so much HP from the far side and that Hilda. This is the power of the Eve in the current meta. She is just so strong, even though she's not the only Eve with the 7x7 all ultimate with the RWM. It's still pretty solid. But yeah, onto the bot lane, we can see that the Arlot is being ganked by the Trezor and the Grog there. Quite the aggression, I would say, onto the Arlot alone.
That's, I think I've never seen this kind of combination because the Terizla and the Arla doesn't really go together into the lane. But I feel like the Terizla with the spell time, I think he might be able to have a chase. And nevertheless, that's gonna be penalties on coming through onto first one. Lamsaga able to grab that down. Twin Flame trying to go onto the chase, trying to go onto the run, brother. But the turtle is already up. Tempo the teams are actually. That was a good skirmish just coming through from the side of CRQ. This will be definitely a free lord onto a hero like the Yi Sin, by the way.
Yeah, this is the problem, with a Fredrin, because if you have a Fredrin, you really need something which can pull you out, or heat you up, and this is exactly what Armageddon they're lacking. But look at this, though, we can see Array just putting up the vision for his team to get that extra 30 sweet goal for himself as well. And yeah, this is the adjustment I really love for the Roamers. For exposing for exposing opponents, you get 30 gold every time you expose them. So that can really help with the farming as well. But look at this Debbie. Oh my goodness. The Arlot there almost got caught down.
Oh my god, Twin Flame might be getting caught. That's gonna be a tech shot Executor with the first stack onto the Sky Pacer. Right after he took the Sky Pacer, he was able to get that kill down. But you know what, once. Yeah, I was talking about how much of an annoying Where are they? Look at him. Look at this dude.
Yeah,
Shamelessly
indeed,
walking
he is
into the
just so
jungle.
annoying.
Oh my god, get him out of your jungle! Doing because that is something you don't really want to see, man. That's a
Yeah.
utility jungler we are talking about in 27 also. Just trying to get in and now, but Paulina without the flicker, I don't think that might be a engage that Armageddon will be taking.
Yeah, I feel like, if Armageddon, they really want to win out the laning phases, I would suggest that, they put the CC against the Terizla and the Arlott against the Granger. This way, they can have so much lane
Oh.
pressure, and they will definitely win out on the goal lane because the Arlott will overwhelm the Granger in a lot of scenarios. But look at this though, Polina just using the demonic gaze to put a little bit of poke on Array, but that is not dealing any
Oh, that card's
sonic
coming
charge.
through. That might be a raid coming through as well. It's going to be the final slash connecting onto no one, but right now there might be a little bit of engagement. 27 able to get a kill on the twin player right now. They're still onto the taste of vengeance being popped as well, but Romsanga will be getting stunned now. He will not be able to survive. It's going to be the vengeance coming through. That's going to be one. Member down Scooter with the kills trying to get it down as well, but Train getting another kill of his own. Two member down for the side of CRQ and one for the trade. That's going to be Ito, who's the only one falling right now, but there's going to be a flicker committed as well. Spain might be able to run away from it. The turtle is going to be what they want to focus on. 27 will not be able to do anything about it just yet. Josie trying to focus onto the turtle, able to take it down without the presence of Lomsanga, by the way, and that is definitely going to be a little bit of a comeback that Armageddon are looking for, but onto the bottom side, there might be a little bit of an engage coming through from 27, but hey, they will have to disengage right there.
Indeed, indeed, and look at Twin Flame right now. He's trying to be a little bit aggressive onto the jungle of Crooks, but reinforcement is right up. Array going for a bush check. That
Oh, Feather Strike coming through. That's gonna be LA taken down finally. The Seamless Roamer will be removed. Executor might be in trouble yet again. Twin Flame trying to join in away. There's gonna be a second coming through as well. The stun coming in. Lobsanga able to get a kill on the Twain. He will be able to walk away. There was a re-engagement and a good disengagement coming through from the side of CRQ right now. 1k gold is what they have, and they will be able to stay it that way.
Indeed, they're really keeping the consistency of the game, and they're trying to get the goal lead as much as possible onto their hand. But yeah, micro-wise, though, they've not taken any turrets till now. And yeah, looking at the
Yeah.
build here, Debbie, we can see that the Granger has already Sky Pierce Executor, but the Granger
Yeah.
going in for the Hunter Strike as well. But nonetheless, the
Ready?
event
Oh, final slash ones. That's gonna be a bit of a track. I mean, that's gonna be the stun onto the backside. Executor taking down very low. 27 able to get a kill on the Twin Flame right now. Ito grabbing another kill of his own. 27 taken down, but that is gonna be the Roma taken down for an XP laner, by the way. But free farm from Lomsang onto the bottom lane side.
on the
That is
top
gonna be
door.
one turret taken down.
Oh, here comes the ball. It's just gonna be used out to clear the lane. And yeah, it seems like for now, Armageddon, they do have a breather onto their hand. But yeah, it seems like they're being pressured to go and manage the lanes. And man, look at this. Oh,
Wait! Oh, that's gonna be a flicker. Might be coming to one hit away. Kill right there, but they might be trying to go in for more. That's gonna be a chase coming through as well, but that's one member down. Armageddon, they cannot go for the re-engage. The turtle is already up. Polina have the final slice of big green stacks available for the Asylum Saga. Without the ultimate, they might try to be going for a little bit of a contest. Dozy will be trying to stack up. He might be trying to go for a little bit of a contest, but he's just level 10. That's gonna be a tech touch flicker coming through! And the left as well, and that's gonna be the penalty. Don't Executor able to take him down, but he's still gonna be onto the run right now. To play without the damage, will not be able to take it down. The flicker coming through. Executor! One hit away, and that's gonna be another stack double kill for the young goal later. But Lomsang are able to grab another one of his own. Ito will be taken down. The turtle already into the hands on the side of CRQ, and they are trying to go in for more. 27 trying to chase them away from their own jungle, and the mid turret will be taken down as well. And this is gonna be a felony coming through from the side of CRQ, taking away the blue buff as well.
Oh my goodness, man, this is looking really, really bad for Armageddon. We can already see now into the mid game that the Granger is starting to scale. He's he's starting to come online and hitting really hard. Same with
Yeah.
Lals as well on the East and Shin. And yeah, look at this. It seems like they're going in for the turret onto the top, and it seems like Paulina will be caught in the
Final slash coming through. Vengeance will not be enough. It's coming through as well. That's gonna be one member. Dapolina still able to survive. Wow, that was two resources, big ones being burned away. The alert Mr. Polina still able to survive, but all in favor still for the side of CRQ. They have the map control.
Yeah, indeed, that was really true. But Debbie, oh my goodness, look at this! Look at the
Oh,
aggression.
Ito!
Look
He
at
might be trying to go
Ito.
for more. That's gonna be a attack coming through from Executor. Ito right now might be in trouble. That's gonna be the Mountain Stalker being popped away as well. He'll be taken down right now. It's gonna be the Feather being popped again. Polina able to grab a shutdown kill onto Lomsanga, but he will be taken down by Peekaboo. Josie might be still onto the run. There was a good zoning coming through from 27 right now. Penalty zone coming through as well. He might be able to walk away. Just jumped. He's definitely gonna be onto the good climb, but without the ultimate, without their RWM, they will not be able to take Josie down.
Oh my goodness, that is very true indeed. Without RWM, they can't really do much. But yeah, look at this. The buff is up, and yeah, even Array he's up with the wall. It seems like he's gonna go in. With
Yeah.
the TikTok touch anytime soon though. But then the green light is still there. Oh my goodness,
Huh?
that look
Oh,
at
oh my goodness, the mate's coming through. Josie, he committed with the flicker on the bong and a tectonic trash coming through as well. There's gonna be Peekaboo getting caught in the midst of it all. He might be able to flicker away, walking in, and now the Executor trying to get out the damage is done, but he will be drawn away by Swain right now. He might be getting caught in the midst of it all. Does not really have the ways to survive. He'll be taken down without a chance on the flicker Lomsaga. With the execution, he will be able to remove the maze from the picture from Armageddon side. The Lord is already up. Look at that, man. Array, you're just playing with the walls. It might be getting taunted upon, but they're not. There might not be a little. There might be a contest coming through from both of the teams just yet because they will be dancing around. For Armageddon, though, they do not really want to give this away.
I feel like Debbie, it's quite ironic that we have broken walls and we also have Grok. Acting like
That's a wall.
like Bob the Builder here onto the Land of Dawn. But yeah, look at the aggression here, Vince.
And Gates coming through. The Lord taking down very low. It's going to be a knockup as well. To get a kill onto Ito right now. The retribution. Finally, it's going to be Josie winning it out. But he might still be onto the run. RWM being popped as well. Double kill for Executor right now. He's still trying to go for the chase. Slowdown coming through as well. The Dex and Natas will be connecting. It's going to be killing spree for the young goal later. Onto the top lane side. Executor able to grab all of those. But the Lord is what they have taken. And finally, Armageddon still with the game. But they lose out a lot of members.
Oh my goodness, Debbie Executor, he's finally coming online right now, and man, he almost has a full bit. He just needs one more item. Has
Yeah.
the Skypiercer as well, and the stacks are so high that he's melting down, at least a 20% HP of Armageddon and their tanks right now. And yeah, they're just being put on the chokehold right now. Look at them, at the lanes. They're just being pressurized from each and every corner. And Armageddon, they don't even have any late game killing hero. So
Mhm.
I don't know how they're gonna make a comeback from this, because if we take a look at CRQ, they do have that Hisan Shin, a really, really good late game hero. And yeah, they also have the Granger. So with these two around, they're gonna get melted quite easily. And yeah, talking about the Eve as well, the Eve with the constant poke, with the constant slow, and with the constant AoE zoning, there is just no way that these fighters from the hands of Armageddon, they can really shine there. I feel like the only fighter who's been shining from the side of Armageddon somehow is Paulina, but
Yeah.
yeah, he was still being overwhelmed by the composition of RQ.
Exactly true. And I think, if we have an Esmeralda right now, I think Twilight will be to her, but we did not have, so we'll be seeing them. And taking man, you're cool. To the other hand, though, that's gonna be the Fury Hammer built away by Paulina as well as Tune Flame. They wanted to cover the backlines, but I don't see them going into the backlines. But 60 stacks for the Granger right now, Executor, that is gonna be the full stack that you're gonna be needing. 60 is gonna be enough to melt everyone down for the side of Armageddon because they are not really that tanky. And yeah, there's always a good frontliner for their side too. The Capriccio stack, by the way, 600. That is also a very, very good stack that he already accumulated. So we're gonna be expecting 3 Rhapsodies, 3 Death Sonatas at least onto 2 or 3 members to the side of Armageddon. So they are in a very dire position right now because I feel like the Granger is already been farmed out, like you already mentioned. 8 kills across the
Yeah,
board is already very, very big. And most of the time, if you can see the engage coming through from the side of CRQ, they go in, get the engages done, even though you think they will be going out, they still don't. They come back with another damage dealer onto this side.
very true indeed. And yeah, it seems like the pause is finally over and we are back into the game. And yeah, Armageddon finally they get a little bit of a breather with that pause. They can, uh recollect their mind and go for a fresh start here. But look at you look at Twin Flame there. He's just getting bursted down because of the Sea Halberd on the Granger Man. The Sea
Mhm.
Halberd such a good item for melting down tanky heroes because it not only gives you the life drain effect, which is the anti heal, it also deals HP damage against tanky heroes. So that is really good for melting them down, even though you are a skill based hero. But look at our Ray with the War Drum. This guy, he is such a menace. He is so annoying. I would really, really
I know,
hate
right?
if I ever meet this guy in the opponent team. And this guy, he is just a pain in the B, right?
Okay, man. I see what you did there. One blade, yeah, the pain on the blade armor, bro.
Yeah,
But hey,
indeed.
hey, there's always a thing about Array. He's an annoying Roma. But I also know a very annoying XP lane that it has to be hide on boost onto Team DS. He was so annoying onto that hero as well. So imagine them playing together. That could have been a big load of nuisance. They're seamlessly staying to the jungle for Josie, man. Array. Man, come on. That is very disrespectful. But hey, it is a part of the game, man. Grok
Yeah,
is gonna be played that way. So I find it very fitting that Array is picking out the Grok. This because this is exactly the type of hero that he should be playing. He might be
yeah.
spotted out there, Josie. It could have been perfect if he immortal rather, but on the other hand, it's gonna be Divine Glaive built away, the wall coming through,
Oh
that's gonna
man,
be
look at
decent
this.
as
Look at
well.
Array with the wall.
He's always this man. It's just so annoying, this dude.
Hmm. But yeah, I feel like this time around Armageddon, if they make one more mistake, this could be it. This could be a clean sweep
Yeah.
for CRQ here because now they just need Armageddon to at least lose 2 members, and with that they can easily push through the base and easily end the game. And it seems like for now they're just gonna go and look for a lot dance. And I really hate broken walls because you can contest for the lot from the front and the back at the same time. Look at yeah, just look at this. The lot being pushed at the back, at the front, just resetting through and pro.
The walls, right? That's what Array is gonna. Yeah, I feel like I agree with what you said here. This lot will be the doomed, pun intended, by the way, for Armageddon here.
Yeah.
They try to contest it because if they don't, oh wait, never mind. They can give it away. Yeah, they can give it away, but never mind.
Oh,
That's gonna be a case point
penalty
too. The picture from Sang are able to get a lord right now with the red speed, and whereby Executor under the other hand will be able to take another one down. Ito will be falling as well. That's gonna be the final one. He will not be able to take a kill. Dozy trying to survive right now. The flicker coming through. Paulina will be very low right there, but Lomsanga trying to go for the wall.
Oh my
Setting in
goodness.
the Ram will not be able to take it down. One hit away. Lomsanga with the last hit onto the arrow. It's gonna be Paulina falling down. 3 members on the side of Armageddon. This is gonna be them rushing into the mid lane side. CRQ with the lord that they have right now to the mid side. They wanna go for the pot onto this holy blessing right there. Swain and Josie are the sole survivors right now. Swain
Oh
though
my
in trouble.
lord,
Taken down. It's
Debbie!
gonna be the
The
Starfish
damage!
shooting as well. It's gonna be a kill onto the other hand. Josie taken down too. The base is completely wide open. The line is still not up yet. That's gonna be a jump coming through as well. Triple kill onto Ito right now. Is it gonna be a maniac? Yes, it is gonna be a maniac madness for Mr. Executor. A perfect way to end the game with a clean sweep.
Oh my goodness, Debbie. This was such a fast game. Just like the first game, Armageddon, oh my goodness. They couldn't really do anything much in the 2 games. And they were just, obliterated throughout the match, especially the second game. Because they absolutely did not have any mid and late game scaling hero, which was their losing factor. And as for CRQ, Krug's Requiem, they were doing
Whoa.
their draft. Man, look at the power the Eve. This is what I was talking about. The Eve is so good in the meta, and you know, look at Peekaboo actually, not Picado, Peekaboo on the Eve with 8-10 team fight participation. That is absolutely absurd. Man, he even picks up the MVP. And just look at Peekaboo on the Eve. The amount of damage Peekaboo alone is dealing is actually insane. And yeah, look at the KDA overall. Everything is absolutely.
It's amazingly well done. Pickable, the movement coming through from him was definitely enough. And this might be the first time I've seen an Eve winning against your Farsa, because most of the time you get outjoined onto that ultimate because the Farsa really have a good range, and it's actually the Farsa focusing onto you rather than you focusing onto her too. So that is a very, very good gameplay coming through from the side of Pickable. 0 decks onto an Eve. But also I will say kudos to CRQ, man. The way they were trying to go for the re-engage, man, because they have 2 damage dealer onto their side and a supporter as well, which come into the hands of Peekaboo. Even though they do not really have those kind of big ultimates, they really go for the re-engage when Long Sanga is available, because that's also a time where they know that they'll be able to get out the damage system. And Armageddon, they kind of they are forced into a position where they got overwhelmed by all the amount of damages coming through from the side of CRQ, and then when they thought that they are going for the disengage, they come through again, and that's the power of CRQ.
Yeah, indeed, that is very true. With heroes like Granger and Lee Sin Shin, you can always engage and disengage. As for Armageddon, they have fighters. So once the fighters, their HP is low, there is always a need for disengagement. Go back to the fountain, heal up, and then come back again. But for it's very easy, to heal up, because the Granger with these, with the fighter emblem onto the second tier, he has a spell vam as well, and you can just hit you can just easily hit minions, get the HP back, as well as from the creeps, because you can easily burst them down. Unlike fighters, you really need to spend their skills and spam everything that they have onto even the creeps. But nonetheless, though, we can see the head-to-head comparison here onto all the heroes and their users. You can see Hilda here, Array, and Twin Flame being compared as well. You can see there is a lot of difference onto the teamfight participation, the goal, the damage taken, overall everything.
Exactly, man. Oh man, I think that, like I said, Polina was actually amazing on the way he was able to play. But 27, he doesn't really care for Polina, right? He want to play for the backlines, and most of the time the penalty joins were onto the perfect members that they are looking for. And yeah, that is what you want to do onto that Tavisla. By the way, go. Oh, that's gonna be a rich duel. By the way, Executor yet again. 100 gold onto the Granger. That's gonna be a lot of gold that has accumulated. But surprising enough, it's gonna be Peekaboo who have the most damage dealt.
Yeah.
Damn, that's amazing.
Yeah, this is the Eve. Anywhere you see the Eve on a tournament, she will definitely have damage, because her Void Blast, if you go for a full build, deals around over 1k damage. On top of that, it is so spammable. Like, this is really absurd. I do smell a few nerfs coming for in the next week, because being so spammable and being able to dish out so much damage, it is just disgusting. And talking about the Ranger as well, he is so consistent in the meta throughout the patches that even though with the few recent nerfs, throughout the patches, still dominating the Land of Dawn. So there's already a nerf waiting for him in the advanced server. So the next Granger will be a little bit weaker, but I do feel like it's not really gonna affect the Granger much. The Granger plays in the goal lane, not the jungle, and his damage against the jungle creeps have been lowered. It no longer deals extra damage to jungle creeps, but that wouldn't really affect him because he does not into the jungle phase. But I feel like it will definitely affect him in the laning phase as a goal laner, because the damage dealt to dealt to the creeps in the jungle and the minions is going to be a lot lower. So he will definitely have a harder time stacking up his Capriccio stacks with the help of the minion.
That is absolutely a nerdy. ones and taking, man. That's what we love. But nevertheless, I think that was a good run that we had for today. And there's also one thing that I would like to mention that into the Discord server that we have server. I feel like you guys should join there. We're gonna be doing live draws for the fixture as well, like Ray already mentioned. I think he did. Yeah, that is gonna be what we're gonna be doing. The fixture is gonna be set in a live draw. We're not gonna be doing live onto the YouTube. We're gonna be doing live into this Discord server. So I hope you guys all join it. By the way, and there's also one advantage joining out the Discord server too, because you'll be able to know who is going to be winning out to the giveaway, and it's not going to be it's not going to be into the YouTube, by the way. It's going to be onto the Discord right now, into the channel. So make sure to join onto the pinned comments, because I think you also see that you kind of join onto the Discord server and try to stay active onto that. That is the War Drum servers that we are talking about. Everybody is in there, so you'll know how the fixtures are being made, how and who's the winner as well. So I think that's about it for today, because yeah, I think everyone is ready for more, because we are coming to the end of the qualifiers here for the round robin. By the way, that was the last qualification that we had for today, another best of three, and congratulations to all the winners. And that should be the end for us. So without further ado, we are going to be saying our goodbyes. Me and the ones will be signing off. We're coming back for more from tomorrow. Too fast.
Let's go.